Hello, and I want to say, how are you? I want to thank you for coming on. Please forgive me as I did make a mistake and mess up when it came to which device I was using. The other device is still on. Actually, you hear it clinking and going crazy. It went from 0 to 41 people, so I think it's good. I'm going to pray real quick. That's why I take my hat off. And we're going to party. We're going to have a field day. We're going to go deep into stuff. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you, Father, thanking you for this beautiful and wonderful seventh day of the week. And we thank you for being good to us. We thank you for loving us. We thank you for allowing us to live. We thank you for the big bombshell blessings that happened last night. We thank you for those bombshell blessings that will happen today. We ask you to bless the event that Josh and the We the People guys are holding. We ask that you keep your guard and your arms around all those who will be speaking. We ask that you allow them to bless the people with uplifting things, knowledge and understanding and wisdom that they might stand and fight. And Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be able to come on this video today. Let us have strong discussion. Let us understand. Let us seek out truth, not to be cool, not to look good, but really to gain knowledge and wisdom and understanding and find those things, Father, that pertains to our rights and our lives. You have given us amazing forefathers that have penned things in the constitutions, Father, that come from common law, which comes from your word. So, Father, we ask that you make these principles simple and that you make them plain before our eyes, Father, that those who see the vision may run with it. We thank you for this time, Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay. What's up, everybody? I hope you guys are having a blessed morning. Now, it seemed like we were just on a couple of seconds ago, and we had the opportunity to discuss a few things. And there's a lot of people in here, so I can't see everything that you're writing. So for this video, I explained that we would be diving deeper into the things that were discussed on the video yesterday. And you guys got a chance to actually see me. Sorry. You got a chance to actually see me go one-on-one, heads up, right? With the great Professor David Clements. Now, some people they get upset and they say, "Well, you guys were too worked up. You guys, or Dave, you were too worked up, or other Dave, you're too worked up, or you're not being respectful enough. You're not this, or you're not that." So, first thing I want to do is help us to understand some things. Number one, we are in a situation in our nation where the people don't know the law in mass. And you're being forced to do things that you don't want to do. You're being told that because the courts work the way that they work right now, you have to just deal with it because it's what we got. And to me, it is shameful to be able to say that things are going bad, but then at the same time, getting upset with someone who is telling you things that is written, not from his own mind, and not accept what your forefathers wrote. To me, that is a shame. And to say that these entities are doing bad things and to say, okay, we get it. We get it. Now, here is the attack that people use on me. They can't argue with anything that I show written. They often don't want to see what's written. And I always go to what is written. So in a lot of ways, I'm hated because I make things seem like it's too simple because I just keep reading the simple things that your forefathers said and holding people to it. Now, it's a deep thing because I come on video, right? And I tell you guys, you know, and I want you to think about this. when you deal with the law, right? What happens is when people are going really, really, really fast, right? The people don't get a chance to learn. So my whole goal from day one is to show the people what the law says, what the truth is in their highest capacity where they win so they could be free. So you got to understand that I lean toward people's freedom, right? So when you're leaning towards people's freedom, like Moses in the Bible, God told Moses, go tell the Pharaoh, let my people go. Little old Moses walks up in the middle of Pharaoh and all his gangsters, and he says, yo, my God is better than your God. Let God's people go. We're going to be free. And then the Pharaoh looks and says, who the freak is your God? Do you not know who I am? Do you not know I can run the world right now? Don't tell me about who your God is. Because the way that things go now, these days, we are in power. See, this is what the people who come against me, they like to say the same thing, but I'm going to prove to you that they really don't know what they're talking about. And the word that they're using to tell you guys to try to come at me is remedy. They say, Dave, show me the remedy. Show me the remedy. And then they try to define the word remedy. And remedy don't mean what they think it means. So they'll try to define the word remedy. And this is what they'll say. David, it's all about remedy. And now notice at the same time, they're telling you the system is jacked up and is where we are at and we got to deal with it. So they say you got to submit to what it is, even though we know it's not lawful and it's not in the law nowhere. And when I tell them to show it to me in the law, they can't show it. When I tell them that it's administrative and not lawful, they know it, right? And they'll admit it, but then they never give you a remedy. So everybody's suffering. People have ran to attorneys for years with CPS cases, traffic court cases, when they take your house, when they take your money for some administrative reason. And what happens is usually the attorneys say, well, the way this works, you can't use the Constitution. The way this works, your rights don't work here. So they want to use the word remedy against me because they need to find a way to tear down what I'm doing. So then they say, David, where is your remedy? I mean, I know you got a ton of kids back, but that's not this type of thing we're dealing with right here. And I know you got a ton of businesses open. I can't fight that either. But we're talking about selection. Okay, so we know you said you did some things in selection, but because we can't see into the inner details because you're still doing it and you can't tell everything because loose lips sink ships, we're going to just say, show me your remedy. That's what I'm going to keep forcing. Show me your remedy. And then this is what they say. Yeah, like when it all boils down to it, show me how you're going to force. How are you going to enforce? How are you going to impose your will on people? Right? Are y'all seeing something funny right there? How are you going to impose your will and make people do what you want to do? Is that getting your wheels rolling? Because what I'm seeing is we have a ton of lawyers and a ton of people who have been indoctrinated by the system to believe that remedy means how you force people to do what you want them to do. They admit that the courts are breaking the law. They admit that the judges are breaking the law every single day. They admit that. But then they say that they have remedy in their side because the ones breaking the law can write a note to the sheriff to say, go take his stuff with a gun and force, even though it's unlawful. Are y'all getting that? So their idea of if your stuff works is how well you can force people to do stuff. Did y'all catch that? They believe that remedy is, how do I force people to do what I want them to do if they don't listen? So when you're in court and a CPS is remedy and mechanism of force interchangeable? Heck no. I can show y'all what the definition of remedy is, right? And what you're going to find is that this way of thinking, and this is not a hit at anybody on this video right now, it's not a hit on race, okay? Because the elitists try to make this a race argument. They say, oh, well, white people came to America, were friends with the Native Americans at first, and then they started forcing them to give up their land. Then they went to Africa, is what they say, and it's not the real story. Grabbed a whole bunch of slaves and forced them to come to America and whip them and beat them and rape them until they did what they wanted them to do. Yeah. And if you look at what's called the Christian Black codes, oh, Justin Freeman, you were you the gentleman who was, no, it wasn't you. There was somebody who was Nation Under God is who it was. First of all, anybody who's an attorney who follows the professor, or anybody who's in law school who follows the professor, I live in real life. So notice I asked several questions to the professor. What's a court of record? Child Protective Service, Dan Torres. What's a court of record? And if you notice, he didn't answer. He would not answer. And he said, well, you tell me. I asked him, what's common law? What's common law? And he didn't use any book definition. He tried to tell me what it was. And then when I wanted to read the book, he didn't want to do it, right? Josh had to say, David, just read it. He kept blocking me from reading it, right? He said that books means nothing in so many words. That doesn't mean anything. So he's selling the book, he's teaching the book, but he did not want to show the definition. So he didn't open the Constitution one time, didn't quote a Constitution one time, and didn't show anything from a law dictionary at any time. He just said, I've been doing this for so many years, and I'm telling you what it is. But he's the same one who told us that his profession is full of crap. So notice that when I come online, I'll teach you guys, y'all ask me questions and I'll answer, and I'll show you where I'm getting it from. If I don't know what it is, I'll say I got to look into that. I don't freaking know. I'll check it out, get back to you, right? I got to be real. And people will approach me and say, Dave, show us this, prove this. And I say, good, let's go. Any day of the week, let's roll. But why is it that on the other side, when Gail wants to say I don't have remedy or whatever, why won't she answer any questions? Why wouldn't he tell y'all what a court of record is? When he told y'all what common law is, I proved to y'all, he kept saying all the statute that goes into cases and the Constitution put together is, and the decisions made is, that the judges make off of that stuff is what common law is. And I said, no, sir, common law has nothing to do with statute, my friend. The legislature can't write common law. And statute law is not common law. And I said, there's different types of law, sir. You have statutory law and you have constitutional stuff. The statutory stuff is not common law at all. And the actions that you take before a court, you have to tell if you're coming under the common law or statute. And he's like, no, that's not right. I've been doing this for a long time. So I knew exactly where I was taking him. I know the lawyer arguments. So those who know me saw me putting him in a place and letting him let out some stuff because I was getting ready to deal with it at a certain point. But I just wanted him to say it so everybody can hear him say it and then realize what he believes. Now, the funny thing is that when it comes to law, you have to have a standard. The Constitution is the standard. It is the highest law. The state constitution is the next highest law. Now, you can't just say the federal Constitution is the law of the land over everything because it only deals with a certain number of things. So the state constitution is going to be the supreme law of land in most of the things you have to deal with. The federal just deals with certain things, commerce with the Indian tribes, making sure the military can move when they need to. So a lot of the things that you deal with, and I'm not saying he's an enemy, but let me help you guys understand something real quick. Holy cats, who I love. Think about this. If an enemy teaches false teaching, or a friend teaches false teaching by mistake, the poison of false teaching still does wrong. It still hurts. This is not the time, place, given the emergency situation for you to preach David Jose. I don't preach David Jose. I say I'm a nothing, Elizabeth Goodyear. If you can show me somewhere where I say I'm the greatest thing in the world, then please show it. But what I do is show the law and what the forefathers said in the state constitutions, which is the law. And if I'm not diminishing myself, I'm helping the people learn the truth. And I will argue all points because the people deserve it, because the people say they hurt. So I could go make $5,000 today doing my own businesses and say, screw what y'all talking about, fend for yourself. And then we could say, this is not the place, right? No. You have to understand, continuing is teaching the people because the people heard things, right? The effect of people hearing things changes what they do, what they feel, what they think. So if I let things be said and we're already in a place where the nation is struggling, and I care more about my own life than I do about you guys, then I'll say, well, I'm smart enough to know that what he said wasn't true. But I'm not going to tell them. Now, what happens is if I don't tell you guys and something happens, your kids get taken. Your car get taken. Your house get taken. You get a jab that got your skin falling off like other people in America today by force. Because these people believe, right? These people believe that whoever has the force is the one who's supposed to be in power, and that's just the way it is. When you boil everything down, he said with David, things are the way they are. And I said, why? Because they have the power to enforce it. Oh, okay. So in other words, and he mentioned the sheriff. So because the sheriff comes with a gun, right? Because the sheriff comes with a gun, even though they all admit that the lawyers and the judges are doing wrong, they're trampling people's rights, that we just gonna leave. We gonna just leave it like that, right? There is no remedy. We just have to accept this is what we have. I call that cowardly thinking, right? I call it cowardly thinking. Now, I can show y'all the people of Israel make this same argument. Anybody who wants to look it up, I'll share it if y'all want me to. I'll show y'all David in the Bible. And I'll show y'all the people of Israel. And I'll show y'all Goliath. And I'll show you that all the men of Israel were running from Goliath saying, look how big he is. Look at the way things are. How do we defeat this big old man? How do we stop him? He's been a warrior for life. And they tried to tell David, because this is the way things are, he's been fighting forever and you haven't fought very long. We're in trouble and we're all going to perish and nobody can defeat this big old giant. Now people come at me and they say, oh, Dave, you're not being good because you're a little bit like emotional. You're worked up about the things that you believe that belong to the people. Yeah, because I'm sick of the freaking people crying and being hurt. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, I guess it's the way it is. See, I don't get paid to be an attorney. But every attorney that we have on, I ask them, so a couple of things, if they let me talk enough. I'll say, so you say your group is bad, right? You say that they are, people kept quoting, I didn't see the quote. And if it's right, it is. If it's not, I'm not holding him to it. But people kept saying that Professor Clements said his profession is effed up. is effed up. It's corrupt. Susan Settembrino, who was on with Gail, Susan Settembrino has a whole book written because of all the dang stuff she saw them do wrong and fought them over, right? So if you telling me that he can make money off of his bar license, she can make money off of her bar license, they both can say it's corrupt. But if I say I'm doing things that are different and the system is corrupt, now it's an attack on, well, show me your method, show me what you are doing, show me how you have remedy, whatever. See, they believe they have the remedy because they got people in the legal system who write orders for people with guns who don't know the law. So here's my question. For anybody on here who want to say, well, Dave, oh, this is awesome. Kirsten, I don't think she was one of the ones who did this yesterday. Dave, how do we enforce remedies once we have proven they have done wrong if they refuse to do it, grand jury? Now, I'm going to show y'all something. And anybody who is for what Professor Clements is saying, that remedy means how do you force stuff, please jump, let me know, hit me up on Telegram at Dave Cares For You, and I want you to jump on and let us see your face. Because what I do is I let you see my face. I let you ask me questions. I let you come at me as hard as you freaking want to any day of the week without preparing. And I'm real enough to let you see the person you're talking to and the emotion behind him. Now, what I'm asking anybody who wants to say stuff like, Dave, you don't know, professor knows, you ain't this and that, you whatever, blah, 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 blah. Please bring your remedy questioning self on the show. And let everybody see your face like I do and question you at the same time like they do me. I'm for it, but are you for it? And are you going to support what you say with real stuff? It's easy to sit in the comment section as a standby person and talk some junk. And you can't answer, and the people who come on the show can't answer. So I'm going to ask y'all a simple question. And this is going to hurt your feelings. This is going to hurt your feelings if you want to say, Dave, listen to the professor. Listen to this person. Listen to Gail. No, Dave, show us your remedy. You better do this, right? All I'm going to do is say something simple. See, you try to challenge me on things that you will not show in many cases, or things that you do not know. And then I come back and I show what is written, right? And Elizabeth, let me tell you, not everybody is on your side. Right? There's people in the Bible who have friends, right? There is the brother, Cain and Abel. One brother slew the other brother. Please stop telling me we got to all be together to win. You need to read the story of Gideon, where God sent the scary people home. The ones who drank like a dog, God sent them home. And he fought with 300 people rather than 30,000. So please stop telling me. Please stop telling me we're all connected. United we stand. No, when I'm united with God, I stand. I don't give a freak about how many people go with me. When me and Josh Burnett made notices, we didn't have 1,000 people with us. When me and Heather McCoy got her kids back, we didn't have 1,000 people with us. When Yvette Belrio got her husband's kids back, we didn't have 1,000 people with us, nor did we have attorneys with us. So when you come on here and you start saying, Dave, I didn't say he said anything ugly about me. Did I say that? I'll pay you $50 if you show me where I said he said something ugly about me. See, we get into these arguments where we just start throwing stuff out there because what happens is you pick a side and people can't deal with the fact that they just saw what they just saw. Somebody who's a highly proclaimed attorney or, claimed attorney is out there talking, and people find their friends that tell them stuff and they want to say this person is great. And then you get to the point where you can't show things from the law. They get to just say it's great. Now for me, y'all test me and that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. The Bible says prove all things. But when I turn and say, let's test him. Oh no, he's good. He's on our side. Don't divide. What about the Bible says you shall know them by their fruit? Y'all want to talk about fruit? Here's some fruit. I'm not an attorney. I don't get paid to be an attorney. Now, no, I'm going to handle it. By God, just human. Here's the deal. Wow, 30 pounds of booze. Lord Jesus. Whew, that's some good stuff. Here we go. Gonna make it real easy. Oh, no, I'm not saying you cursing. Somebody was saying it. I just saw you made a comment that was similar. I'm not saying you did it. That's why I said I don't think it was you. Real quick, guys. Susan Settembrino says the system is messed up. Many attorneys in Arizona say the system is messed up. Mr. Clements will say the system is messed up. Now, let's just be real today. I'm going to see how freaking real y'all are. Real quick, question. How many of y'all heard Mr. Clements say his system is effed up, messed up, not good, bad, not holy, not righteous? He attacks it. They attack him. He gets 1,000 emails after going on the show, people coming after him, his own colleagues coming after him. Please, y'all, raise your freaking hand. Tell me, did y'all not hear him or Settembrino say the system is really messed up, is bad, they trample people's rights, it's evil? Come on, y'all, talk. Oh, yeah, Gabriella Payton. So what, Dave? Gabriella, I'll invite you on if you want to talk and you want to bring your fire, because you've been bringing it in the comments. Come on, let's see your face, and let's make some comments, and let's see if you do as well as you do in the comment section. I let everybody test me. Everybody's saying what he said. You're going to say, so what now? But I'm going to show you what you are, ma'am. I'm going to show you what you are. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how people will ride coattails. They'll give one bit of justice for one, and they'll give another bit of justice for a freaking another. See, you look at me and I don't fit in. And I'm not going to pull the race card. I'm going to say I didn't go to law school. I don't speak like them. I don't use words like him. Right? I don't have a bar license, nor do I want one. But y'all heard him say that junk, right? Get ready. Now, ma'am, who's speaking up, right? The people who come, no, let her come back in. The people who want to come talking that silly stuff, I'm going to call you on your psychology right now. Ma'am, please come and say that so what again? Say it don't matter when he says the system is effed up, they're evil, they're wrong, they're bad people, they're hurting people. When you trample the people's rights as a trustee in government, it is called treason. You're going against your trust indenture. Say so what? Say it again. Because I'm getting ready to come down your lane. And when I come down your street, everybody gonna see it. So the political Latino, when you say let's debate, are you saying that what I'm saying right now is wrong? Are you saying that I said something wrong? Do you have something you can call out that I said that was not true? Yes, he was agreeing with everything, Dennis. Now, I'm going to show y'all why we're in trouble as a people. I'm a nothing. I keep telling y'all, I'm a nobody. I came from the ghetto. I don't say every word correctly. Sometimes my grammar isn't the best, right? Sometimes I say open the door rather than door. Sometimes I say I don't want to be po rather than poor, right? I got some culture in me, right? And I'm going to be real and show y'all exactly what the freak I am. But what you got to understand, is people will come and say all this stuff. But I don't really care about putting myself on the line and getting laughed at and getting talked about, because the people are growing and winning and nobody can fight what I say. So the people see real, recognize real. I'm nothing, but the people see the real stuff written on the paper. People see the real stuff that God said. Now, everybody saw that Susan Settembrino and or Mr. Clements say that the system is messed up. The attorneys are doing wrong. The judges are doing wrong. Laws being broke all the time. And they watching and see it, right? Now I'm going to show y'all the difference between me and the people who try to play these games and these little silly arguments. And you don't really want to come at me full speed. You want to get in the comments and go halfway. So let's go. I didn't see his comment about Dave, political Latino, but political Latino, if you got some stuff you can say I said wrong, I will happily bring you on And what will happen is it'll get done. Calling Dave Obama because he has no action. I don't even like Obama. Right? But who said it? Who want the smoke? Who want to get it? Because here's what the deal is. For everybody who's sitting in the comments saying, oh, Professor, so what that he said this? So what that he said that? So here we go. We're going to have some fun. Susan Sedembrino will say that the attorneys are doing wrong. The system is messed up. They're committing corruption. Mr. Clements will say it. My question, David Jose does not get paid to fight for the rights of the people. But attorneys do get paid to fight for the rights of the people. But they say that the system is wrong, it's evil, right? It's no good. Okay. So can y'all explain to me why those people who say that it's evil, is wicked, is hurting people, pay money to the bar and increases their wealth and stay in the bar when they don't agree with it? When they know it's evil as a whole, why do they pay money to support that wicked system? Answer. You bad, right? You can say, yeah, Dave, he said it, so what? Okay, so what? So then tell me, why do these attorneys give money to a club that they know breaks the law, hurts people, rips them off every single day? You can call me evil, wicked. You can say that I'm nothing, I'm dumb, I'm ugly, I'm too black, my teeth aren't cool. You can say whatever the freak you want to say. But I'm going to deal with morals. You want to give somebody a moral high ground because they're an attorney, they've been doing it for 10 years, 15, 20 years. Tell me why the freak they're giving money to a system they know are breaking the law every day and they admit it and write books about it and make money off the books, or they freaking go on shows to be able to talk about it and stand up and get credit and a name and notoriety. If you freaking know, if you know that it's a system that is wrong and broken and harming people daily and you can write books about it, why the freak are you still giving them money to help their cause? Come on, those people who said, so what? Come on now. Explain it to me. We gonna give them a pass because they're an attorney? Because they went to school, because they're in the bar? We gonna give them a pass? Y'all realize that any private entity that does nefarious acts can be broken up and you can get into it and take it over, right? You get jurisdiction over it when they hurt your rights. Explain to me why clowns say stuff like, David, where's your remedy? But they pay money to your oppressor. Where we at, y'all? Where are those people who were talking? Hey, epileptic pilot. Can somebody answer me? All those people who had that mouth running? Yeah, the bar is a super powerful association that tramples on people's rights every day of the year. And they say because we got the police officer with the gun, so therefore, we gonna keep, no, Gabriel Payton. Don't say we know the system is corrupt. What solution? Number one solution, go tell your homies to quit the association. Why the freak do you believe that you get to be in a corrupt association and tell everybody else to do what to do from a moral high ground and you're paying the freaking system that's hurting people? Explain. Explain. Why is it that when I ask them how many people they prosecuted for their wrong, they don't have none? They don't have none. They don't have none. Mr. Political Latino, I just told you, if you don't have nothing you can prove wrong, I said, there's no reason to talk. So if you're a boss like you're trying to act like you are, Mr. Bar Attorney, over immigration, I'm not freaking talking about immigration. But if you want some of the smoke, say what I said, something I said wrong in what I'm teaching in law, and I'll bring you on and I'll embarrass you in front of everybody because you keep talking. Now, the bar is a private entity. I asked him yesterday, is the bar government? He couldn't say nothing. He knows it's not government. So why the freak are y'all in everybody's business running everything? You know they're corrupt and you're giving them money and you're part of them and you roll with them. And when I say comments about them, you got to say, David, you said you guys, you, heck yeah. You're part of the freaking group. You're guilty by association. You're paying. Look, if somebody goes out raping people Oh my gosh, you only know half the truth. Okay, so Mr. Political Latino, go on your page and list out the whole truth for us. And when you get done, come back and tell us so we can know the other half of the truth. Thank you. So guys, if you're giving money to the oppressor of the people, see, the Bible says that the enemy, the devil, your adversary, goes around like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. So the definition is Elizabeth still talking? Where's she at? The devil is your adversary, right? Did y'all ever notice that the government officials are working with entities that are adversarial parties in court? Your enemy, they're taking your stuff. And it just works this way now because nobody knows. They are attacking, right? And taking your stuff. Now I'm gonna let y'all see something. In the state constitutions, y'all, it says that under the testimony of 2 witnesses, anybody who is found committing treason can be prosecuted. So 2 affidavits from 2 witnesses can get anybody prosecuted for treason. I'm gonna tell y'all the definition of treason. Treason is anytime you give aid or comfort to the enemy of the people. Whew, this is gonna get silly. You really don't want to mess with me on this because I'll really break down the simple psychology and show you remedy and show you that your anus is the enemy. If the bar attorneys are doing wrong, and everybody can say it's the truth, they heard him say it, they hear Susan say it, they hear Gail say it. They're not fighting them, but Susan and the other gentleman, if he's a bar member, he pays fees to them. Oh my gosh, this dude talking about Soros and everybody else. Bro, all of them are led by the Jesuits of Rome. Go look them up because you didn't list them, and then you'll learn the real truth. Look up the Jesuits of Rome. You shouldn't even talk about the Vatican unless you talk about the Jesuits, who actually have a pope. We have a pope that is Jesuit and a black pope that is Jesuit. And when that happened in history, they funded Hitler, and Hitler started killing everybody, and nobody could get out of it. So when you tell me about these Soros people, Soros is a front guy. You tell me about the Vatican is high up in the evil, but they're not above the Jesuits. If you look at our president right now, who's wrong? Jesuit. If you look at Arizona, Jesuit governor. You look at Joe Brown, Jesuit. You look at Cuomo, Jesuit. So you look at Bill Clinton, Jesuit trained. Obama, Jesuit, Marxist trained. So when you start saying all this stuff, bro, don't just believe that you know what I know because you didn't ask me. But when you say stuff, understand who's running the show. And I can show you who's running the show in the Bible by GPS location from God. I can show you in the law, and I can show you in their own words. So when you get to that level, come tell me about me knowing half the truth. Thank you. Now, anyway, guys. So, Mr. Susan says it's wrong. She's a bad mama jama. I like her. Mr. Clements says it's wrong. I like him. But they both pay them money and work in the system. So if you give money to the ones who are doing cases, okay, united we stand, divided we fall. Okay, so that's a good thing, Elizabeth. So if you're paying money to the oppressor, are you united with us, Elizabeth? Because that's what treason is called. You could go ahead and block them. I don't care if you're 28 or 98, bro. I really don't care. You're coming on my thing talking. You could just go on your own page and you can just humble yourself and do your own show. And then you can teach everybody. It can be cool. You don't have to come where I am and try to take over because nobody gives a freak what you're saying. Make your own platform and go teach. And then I'll come and I'll follow you if you want me to. And I'll say all the great things you're doing. But here, it ain't going to work like that. Sharon, nothing happened. David was a gentleman. David Jose is ranting and raving over nothing. Actually, I'm not. I'm getting ready to show the law, but I want the people to understand that if you pay money and give comfort to the oppressor, that's called treason. So if they're going to keep saying that the bar is doing bad, the judges are doing bad, then they can't give them money and be part of their system. Or they have to say the bar is doing great. The bar is wonderful. The government is wonderful. And then they can be part of the system and keep going after the people or be part of that system that does. So it has to be one way or the other. It can't be both. Now, for all those people who want to say, what Mr. Whatever, he's great because he's this or that or whatever. Yeah, you can give him a status and call him Esquire and say that he is not to be judged or looked at or talked about because he's this and he's been doing it for 15 years. I mean, he said to me, I know what common law is. I've been doing this for 15 years. There's axe murderers that have been killing people for 15 years. Is that righteous? The time that you do something makes no difference when it comes to the truth. No difference. So, guys, understand. People want to challenge me, and I welcome it. I come here every single day. What's up, Double G? I come here every single day that I come and talk and let people talk. And I let people say whatever they want to say to me. And I'm not some weak punk that can't take what y'all say. Even if you say, F you, Dave, we hate you, you're an idiot. Cool. Thank you for that comment. Right? Elizabeth, you know what? I'll give you a second, then you'll go. That's how I am. I asked you to come on if you want to say your stuff. And I asked you about a serious question. Ma'am, be the judge. Elizabeth, you're the judge of me. I'm sure you're good at this. Is it okay to say that a system is bad and pay money into its fees? I told him to block them. So freaking what? This is the real world, man. The left blocks people all the time, right? So you're telling me somebody who wants to interfere with what I'm saying and what I do, I have to be such a soft punk that I just let them keep running their freaking mouth? Is that really what I should do? Is that what I should do? Should I worship these men because you do? Should I? You challenge me, but it's not okay for me to challenge them. Huh? I don't get paid tons of money by the bar. I don't get to, through the bar. I don't get to go on shows and make money because I'm in the bar. I don't get to tell people what the truth is based on me being in the bar. I don't get to reap the benefits of being in the bar. I don't get to. Nor will I. See, I understand, and I told my dad yesterday, I said, look, if I had to be part of a system that I knew was wrong, that kept doing bad things, I would not be part of it. I would be a garbage man if I had to and take care of my family. If there's a thing called choice. So Mr. Clements chooses to be in the system that he's in. He could leave and work doing something else or just teach law as a private man. Couldn't he? Couldn't he? He could choose to leave. Why are we going to sit here and act like he don't have choices? See, he talks about remedy. Gail talks about remedy. Susan asked about remedy. My question is, if remedy is force, then the bar is definitely forcing people, but they say it's wrong when they do it, and that the government is bad and write books about it and go on TV about it and make shows about it and still get to be part of the club. Still get to be part of the club, but you get to talk about them and it benefits you. So my question is, when people come to me and they say my husband is a lying idiot, he rapes me and he cheats and he's dirty and he's a dog, and I say one thing to him: leave him. And then I hear this: well, no, he's really a good man and I'm trying to work on it. Wait. You just told me this dude rapes you, he beats you, he does this bad stuff. I said, leave him. That's a choice you have. And then you're going to disempower yourself by saying, well, he's a good man. I can work on him. So you say the bar is bad. You say they're evil. You say they're hurting people. You say you see them break the law every day. No person who ever came on my show was able to say. Mr. Clements said he had to fire his staff or his prosecutors. I didn't hear him say he put him in prison. I didn't hear that. So if you know something is wrong and you won't say something, it's really bad. But if you know a group is wrong and you pay to be part of their club, that's like me joining the KKK tomorrow. Like, yo, dog, I know they do some bad stuff. I know they will kill a chocolate brother. But the way that paycheck is, bro, like, I can't do it. Or, this is just what we have to deal with now. They might hang you in Alabama, but I got to pay my union dues. Now, be the judge against this like some of y'all would be against me. Do we get to freaking pay the freaking system that we're saying is destroying everybody? When you say my profession is effed up, I would rather be a professional freaking dog walker. I would rather be a freaking professional dog walker. So come on now. Y'all, we got, if you gonna judge me, that's fine. I come here every day for you to judge me. I say, don't believe what I say. I'll freaking show it to you on paper. Argue with the freaking paper. People don't like when I open the books, though. When I force them to just use what's in the law, they don't like it. Yeah, I'm a bad KKK brother. You know, I got a cone head I wear at night. I got a gangster sheet, right? So y'all let me know. Dave go white face. Y'all let me know. Is this cool or not? Now, another thing. I said they want y'all to believe, right? And I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to go look for something. You believe he did put some? Can you show the evidence of it? And why he said the whole system is corrupt. Why didn't he do what Giuliani did and go after a big group of people like the mafia and get everybody put in prison? That's what Giuliani did. Tell me why all of them that did wrong. Can he show an affidavit for everybody who he saw do wrong? Talk to me. Talk to me. All right, I'm going to start showing y'all some freaking fire. I'm leaving out the what's name for a second to get a definition. They say remedy is how you force people, right? So I'm going to show y'all how a lot of times people ask some questions. They don't really know what the freak they're talking about, but they'll sit in front of you and say stuff. And let me get one for y'all. Okay, let me share this with y'all. So people want to say, Dave, tell us your remedy. Tell us your remedy. How you going to force people? 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 Guys, anybody who says, how do you force people, don't understand the law in America. The professor was right. He might be. We'll see. So the professor said, David, how do you force stuff if they don't want to do it? Now I'm going to show y'all that even when he says that, he's admitting that his friends and association are breaking the law. Watch this. I'm going to show y'all some killer fire. Legal remedy. Nope, I'm sorry. I meant to get remedy. Legal definition of remedy. What is this dumb cat? Sorry. Legal remedy actually is kind of like remedy. A way of finding a solution using the law. Now they ask me, Dave, what is remedy, right? Let me know if y'all can see this. Are y'all seeing this? Remedy? Oops. Did y'all see the last one I just had up, remedy? Remedy, legal remedy, a way of finding a solution using the law, right? Everybody look at this. Because his definition of remedy, when he wanted to show y'all that David don't know what he's talking about enough because this is the way it is and things are the way they are, right? Watch this. Can y'all see this on the screen? Definition of legal remedy. A way of finding a solution using the law. Let me know if y'all see this because I don't want to keep going on and not let y'all see this because it's not showing on the screen. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this? Okay, I can see it on the screen. Can anybody see this? Y'all see it? Okay. So right here, it tells you the word legal remedy is a way of finding a solution using the law. Now, can anybody in here tell me why when they said, what's the remedy? They said, David, it comes down to the remedy. How do you force them to do something? Do y'all see what just happened there? Do y'all see what just happened? a way of getting a solution to something that happened wrong to you by using the law. Now, is that what they presented yesterday, guys? Is that what they presented? Did they say, David, remedy is the way to find a solution using the law? They said, okay, you got to use the sheriff. What the freak are you talking about? You got to use the sheriff. It said, if you using the law and find a solution, that is remedy. Yes or no, y'all? Yes or no? The Constitution is the highest freaking law. Every affidavit I put together is the Constitution. I'm using the law and kids come home. And they say, well, David, that's not really remedy, because if they say they don't want to do it, that's not a remedy. So where did it say remedy is a sheriff doing what you say? Because if I'm helping kids to come back home, and everybody can know on my page can say they hear it all the time. I just met constitutional vet in my recent history of living, and he said, I got my kid back using your stuff. Heather McCoy, I got my kid back. Yvette, my husband got his kids back. Troy Robinson, I got my kids back in Michigan using your stuff. If the definition of remedy is a way of finding a solution using the law, why, when I show them the law and they do what the freak I say, do you want to say is not remedy? See, the idea, they want to go back to how do you force people to do it, because they work with the sheriffs and the police. And the only way they make people do stuff is by forcing them to do it. And they already said the government is doing wrong. So you write orders and allow the government to do wrong and go take people's stuff, but you realize that they're breaking the law. Settembrino and Clements and Gale all say that the government is breaking the law, yet they're using guns to go take stuff for an adversarial party, your enemy. So they're conspiring together to bring guns while breaking the law and taking your stuff, and they call that remedy on their side. Well, we can get remedy because we can send a cop to go get you and force you. And that way, right? That way, we could say we have remedy and y'all don't have remedy because we're going to redefine the word. They will say, Dave, well, we know you got kids home. We know that we saw people say it. We know that you've done these things. We don't doubt that. But you need to tell us how you force people, David. See, I'm going to tell y'all something. In America, the Native Americans had contracts with elite people who were running the show. And the elite people who were running the show actually started stealing their land. And they wrote bills that said, we can steal your land. We can make you a slave. The Christian black codes had to be made because black people weren't slaves. They had to write statute, call them a certain type of person, which is a bill of attainder, to be able to make them something called a slave. They weren't slaves before. So you got to tell me, if remedy means finding a solution, another word for remedy is restoration. It comes from the Bible. When God sees that you have been done wrong, he says, oh, I will restore. I will restore, meaning God will raise up people to get back what somebody took from you. And the thing is God tells the story of how it gets like that. Did y'all know in the Bible, God actually talk about the people being captive because the law, they use the law to unlawfully take something or take somebody? Did y'all know that? So guys, here's another word, remedy. That's the word they were using yesterday. Now, all those smart people who were telling me, oh, the professor said, where's your remedy? Show us your remedy. Using the law to find a solution is what's called a freaking remedy. So when I show y'all the affidavits, which you don't believe in it because you don't know the law and you don't believe in the law, And they don't believe in the law because they let people who don't use the law do that every day and watch them. And then they pay them to be part of their club. So you're helping pay for the system to exist. Why wouldn't you go and protest the whole system and tell all the other lawyers, call them, every one of them, and say, guys, these guys are bad guys. We can no longer pay them union dues and keep this thing going. Let's starve them of money. Let's do a Martin Luther King. Let's boycott the bar. Does that not make y'all think a little bit? Like they don't have choices? How many of them boycotted the bar, y'all? They keep saying they're members of the bar. They keep saying they get to practice in court or keep teaching. But they don't boycott the bad system and stop giving them money. Now, David wouldn't be able to be allowed to do that. If David did that, you guys would say, David, you're so bad. You didn't listen to the professor and you work with the bad guys. We don't like you. Now, when they get to, what's the difference between me and them that they get to do it? But I get to get judged for showing the truth. Come on, y'all. Yeah. See, the remedy that the bar and the courts are using is we give you no remedy. We're going to just steal all your stuff and lie to you. And we all going to act like it's okay. And we're going to keep supporting each other. See, the premise of what Mr. Clements is saying is just this way. This is what we have. Gail says the same thing. This is what we have. Susan said, this is what we have. If I try to tell them something else, they'll laugh me out of court. Yeah, because you're part of them and you're bound by them. So they know you can only go so far. What you going to do? Cancel the whole bar? You're not going to do that. You're part of it. And when I start saying things about you guys, he said, don't make those general statements because you're saying it's like the bar as a whole. Heck yeah, because the ones who sit there and watch while the people do wrong and add money into the cause is part of the problem. If you give aid and comfort to an adversarial enemy, it's called treason. So I can't be part of the group that I'm saying is evil and say at the same time, I'm going to give it money. Now, people can laugh if they want to, but I'm going to show y'all some more stuff. Mr. Clements said that common law is those court cases that are heard based on constitution and statutes, and that the responses that the judges give that come out is called case law, and that is the common law. And I said, that is crazy. That is a 100% lie. Common law has nothing to do with the writing of the legislature, nor does common law have anything to do with the response of a judge from something from the legislature. I said that, right? Now, can we stop for a second and everybody let me know? And I think it's like it's a 10-second delay, most likely. So what I'm going to do is ask this. How many of y'all heard him say that statutes are involved in the common law when a judge makes a decision based on common law and stare decisis and all this stuff? And, oh, yeah, this is all what common law is, right? He said that. I said, well, let's open the book. He didn't want me to open. He started interfering. So, guys, tell me, did he not say, that common law has to do with statutes and the statutes that the judges hear, right? Now, people laughed at me and said, David, he's the professor. He's been doing it forever. He knows what the freak he's talking about. David, you need to humble yourself, bow down and kiss his feet, Dave, because he's been doing it for a long time. And we know he knows what he's talking about. Okay. If that's what he says, let's deal with it. Let's look at the book. I'm a nothing. Don't believe in me. Don't trust me. Don't trust any man. Men fail. Men fall down. One day a man might be tired. You might trust him and say, just human. What about you stop on the show? Because I'm not going to stop. You're wasting your time. If y'all want to block Just Human, block him because I'm sick of his repeated foolishness. We're not going to play a game, bro. There's no longer going to be a day where people are going to just tell the people, shut the freak up, leave it alone. You can't talk about religion. You can't talk about politics. You can kick rocks with that. I respect you, but you could kick rocks with that. Nobody is going to shut down the mouth of the people ever again. That's why our kids are in trouble right now, wearing masks, falling out on the freaking fields. We're not playing this game no more, where you're not allowed to talk, where you're not allowed to show things in a dictionary that they sell to people. If this is, y'all heard him say something to the effect of what's in that freaking book don't mean nothing. Well, if it don't freaking mean nothing, then why the freak you selling it to people? That's the scum of the earth. A person who will sell nothingness is the scum of the freaking earth. Let's just be real. If I freaking sell you an iPhone and it's really a freaking Android that don't work, what you gonna call me? You cannot say that something is wrong or nothing and then sell it to the poor kids in college. You got books costing $300, $500, $700 for people to learn what you call the truth. And then you want to tell us that it means nothing, but you sell it. So either it's really good and you don't want me to show it because it's going to show the real truth, or it's really bad and you're selling it to people and you're teaching it. If you teach things that are false, you are what's called a false teacher. Yes or no? Y'all want to take it to a Christian perspective? Someone who teaches folly and foolishness and wrong is a false teacher. If you say the Bible is wrong and you sell it with everything you got and you teach it with everything you got, you're a freaking clown. You cannot say the Bible is lies and then teach it. How long we gonna play these games? How long we gonna play on two sides? You can't be on both sides of the fence. You can't say, I'm going to be the devil's advocate. You going to be the devil's attorney? You working for him now? Let's just be real about what the truth is. Let's open the freaking book and see what the law is. Let's stop playing this game like, well, David Jose could be questioned, but I can't be questioned. Really? That's how it's going to work? And notice, I'm going to tell y'all this. Everybody in the comments who say some dumb junk about shut up or he's this or that, they're not going to argue with what I say. They're going to say something else stupid. I don't know about something else. I might not know. I don't give a freak. Right? That's right, Rick Tritt. We need 80 million people to know the truth. Now, I'm going to prove to y'all in common English. Notice I ain't using no big words. I ain't trying to praise myself. I'm going to prove to y'all with the dang text. He said, the court cases that are made off of statute brings forth common law. Did y'all not hear that? Let's get one more time. Can we get a show of hands for the people who heard him say that those statutory cases that go into the courts? I said, look, if it is freaking common law and the judge is judging common law, the answer will be a response to what came in under the common law. If it is statutory, it is another jurisdiction and a statutory case. And this is why all Trump's cases got kicked out when the affidavits were done wrong. Status, standing, and jurisdiction. You have no standing. You have no status. Your jurisdiction is wrong. There's a difference between, and y'all heard me say this yesterday. If you heard me say yesterday, sir, there is a law that is common law and there's a law that is statutory. They are two different things, sir. He said, no. And I'm like, what? And because he was interjecting so much, or he didn't want me to say certain things or open up the book, I couldn't really nail it down. So now I got to do it so y'all can learn the truth, because that's what it's all about. I don't give a freak about nobody's name or title. I love him as a man. All that Esquire junk, I don't give a freak about that. Any attorney or judge, any day of the week, I dare them to come on, as I say every day, challenge me with all you have, and let's deal with the constitutions of the states. And if you can beat me, you a bad mamma jamma, because I'm going to just use what the law says. You're going to have to come with some doctrine or something outside, or just understand me. Now, watch this. I'm going to show y'all that the professor lied. By mistake, probably, because he didn't know he was indoctrinated. But the effect of somebody telling a lie because I can see you, Alabama. If somebody tells a lie because they did it on purpose, or they tell a lie because they did it out of ignorance, the effects on the people are the same. The effects on the people are the same. Now, somebody could say there's a fire on the elevator, and people could try to run out and get killed. If there was no fire, the person who said there's no fire on purpose could be the cause of somebody getting killed. The person who did it by mistake because he heard somebody else say it, or he heard a fire alarm go off and he said fire, and somebody ran and got stumped on and got killed. The effect is the same. That's right. He didn't like his dictionary too much. He didn't show it very much respect, but they teach it. He said he teaches it in his courses. He said he has some. So that's what I do. Exactly what Jesus did. I show you what's written. Now, watch this. He said the statutory stuff, the constitutional stuff, all coming together, and all the statutes of England and all that stuff is the common law. And the judge created law. I said the judge don't create law. That don't happen. The legislature makes law. But I'm going to prove to y'all right now. So y'all heard him say that. Now, guys, the actions, I told him that the action you bring before the court has to be brought under, under the common law or under a statute. It's not a really good idea, right? Yeah, he said my book was a dictionary that he teaches in school. So he said case law, y'all. Now I'm explaining this to y'all real quick before I show y'all so y'all get groundwork. Case law is what they say a judge determined based off of what was put into a case. So the constitutional rights are the ones that the government can't touch that make up the common law, right? Common law is what you see common rights come from. Common law came from the Bible. Your liberties in the state constitution came from God. But they don't want you to know this because it'll all make sense. Yes, statutes are all administrative. Now watch this. I'm going to prove to y'all once again that I'm telling y'all the truth. So right here, common law. It says, as distinguished from law created by the enactment of legislatures, right? So common law doesn't come from the legislature, but everything that comes from the legislature is a freaking statute. Not the people. The people don't write statute. The people put down declarations of their rights or bills of rights and the framework of government and let the legislature write out the statutes, right? Now, let me prove to y'all what I said. He tried to say that the court cases that are heard on statute is common law. What comes out of it? And I said, that is a darn lie. That is a darn lie. Right? Now he said he had to call my BS yesterday. Now let's see if we can clearly see that he wasn't right. Watch this. Common law action. Can anybody see that? Right? Can y'all see that? Common law action. Let me know if you can see it. Common law action. Action. So when you bring a court case, you bring a common law action. Common law action, right? I'm not justifying myself. I'm teaching the truth, bro. So people can see it. They have to see it. It's not fair if they don't see it. Action governed by the common law rather than what? What's that word right there, guys? You can't have a common law action and it be a statutory action at the same time. What's this right here, y'all? What's a common law action? See, if he's saying common law, what comes out of the judgment, then it has to be, the judgment had to be made on the rules of the common law. So it says action governed by the common law rather than what? Statutory or equitable or civil law. When they're bringing you to a case with civil statutes, trying to attack you and take your freaking stuff, that is not a common law action. So why is he saying when somebody makes a judgment based on statute, that makes up common law. A common law case must move by the common law and not statute. It just said it right here. So why people lying? Why people lying? See, you can laugh at me all you want to. You can say David is not paying homage to him. Didn't take me long, Edwin. So guys, if the common law can't use statute, what the freak he talking about? The common law comes from the statute. Y'all can't read it? Hold on. I'm gonna make it freaking closer. We ain't gonna let this go by. This is that real fire. Oops. Watch this. Sorry. Oh, wait. Let me bend it this way. Here we go. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, we gonna read it. We gonna find a remedy. We gonna find a solution to this problem where the book don't want to show itself. You gonna freaking do this book, right? Here we go. Action governed, right? Get over here. Action governed by common law rather than statutory, equitable, or civil law. Come on, y'all. What's up? Come on, y'all. What's this? What is this, y'all? He said the statute makes up common law. I said, bro, statute ain't got a dang thing to do with no common law. That's wrong. So he says the common law is when a judge makes a decision based on statute. Well, homie, the book says, you can say all you want to say and tell us it's true, believe me, but you're a man too, bro. Action governed by the common law rather than statute, equitable, or civil law. Wow. Wow. All those people talking, y'all still talking? Y'all gonna say that's a lie? Did I just lie, y'all? Somebody tell me. He clearly came in front of us shooting what I said down, and that's fine because he got a profession. No. You can't even say overtime case law makes common law if it was based on statute. Statute has nothing to do with common law. The statute is where the legislature is writing corporate bylaws for those who work for government. If it has anything to do with statute, it is not common law. See, I told y'all the truth. Now people get mad at me, but I will open the freaking book and show y'all. They cannot touch when you show them the law in the Constitution, the trust indenture, and the freaking book. See, that's why they get a little funny when I start. It's just like the Bible classes when you fight against the Jesuits and you open up the Bible and say, open up the Bible with me then if you really want to show that. You're a scholar. I went against many Jesuit scholars. Open up the Bible with me and tell me where it's wrong. And then I show them where they can't read. I show them where they're lying in front of everybody, so they don't want to ever open up the Bible. So people want to fight me about the law, but don't want to open up the dang book. We could have ended a whole lot of this stuff by we just saying, can we just look at the book, please? Like I had to say, look, we're arguing about the law. The book tells you what the law says. Can we just please look at the Constitution and the book, please, 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 please. I even posted the definition of what common law is. So y'all let me know. Y'all let me know. Did I tell the truth or not? Did I tell the truth or not? See, I'm not hating on him. I'm just using the freaking book. Now, I'm going to tell y'all what else. I said that common law comes from the people declaring their rights in the state constitutions, right? That's one of the forms of how you get common law, and the government can't interfere with it, right? Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? Watch this. See, because the people make the common law, we can use the law to get a solution, to make a solution. So when I show the law to these people and they see what I'm showing y'all, they're like, bruh, we doing wrong. And he's going to let people know, and this ain't going to work well. And they start giving kids back. That's what's called a remedy, y'all. Not when you get the sheriff to go put a gun to somebody's head. That's what they do. See, they want you to think remedy is when we force you to do something. And I can prove to you guys that that's a freaking lie. I dare anybody in the comments who rolls with him or anybody else who want to say some junk, tell me that I'm lying when I say that government for the people has nothing to do with force. When it comes to the people, when it comes to the persons of government, they can force. But they have nothing, the government has nothing to do with force for the people. As a matter of fact, the Bible says that the law is not made for the righteous, but the law is made for sinners. The ones who go out and harm people, that's who the law is made for. The ones who are under the subjection of the people are the ones who it's for. Now, if the person, a man or woman, hurts somebody else, they automatically get jurisdiction over you. That's Bible law. If you kill somebody's cow, you give them a cow. A tooth for a tooth was Old Testament. You steal somebody's stuff, you pay him back. You fix it. And for them, that is true. All they want to say is, how do you enforce it? Because we got the upper hand right now. And we control the police because they're not smart enough to go read the law themselves. We get to punish you and you just take it. Oh, boy. They can do that when we don't know, but when everybody starts knowing, it ain't that cute no more. They know they're going to go to prison. They know they're going to go to prison, right? So he said, I'm going to pour water on this, ice water on this affidavit. The problem is he didn't know the affidavit is by definition remedy. Because if they can say, well, okay, well, we admit that we know you got some kids back. See, I had to fight for my own and didn't know all this, and I had to suffer. Now I'm fighting the whole thing full circle and showing that there's no adoption in the common law, that they can't adopt my kids out. And guess what? I'm going to win. Watch. I already got an arbitration award and I'm teaching the government and I'm doing something else and we're going to win. Watch. We're going to get the little guys back. Now, I've done it for a ton of other people. And what happened is that I learned these things at the end of what I was doing and I was the only one. So when I teach you guys, I realize that we grow so fast that they have to stop us. So they want to attack the affidavits. And notice I asked him, I said, sir, do you use affidavits to get people prosecuted? He said, no, that's not how it works in court. Dude, that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you if you use the affidavit in court. He said, well, that's where it's witness testimony. Yeah, because you're there. How did you get the jurisdiction over them to arrest them and bring them into your building, homie? How did it happen? Oh, because somebody said somebody did something wrong and you made a warrant and you went and picked his anus up. Stop playing. Then he said, well, there's levels and stages to these things. Of course it is. And how do you go pick the dude up? See, now he tries to say remedy is enforcement. Who the freak got the gun, right? Who has the gun? So he says, well, we got the people with the guns, right? So I asked him, how do he get people into the court? He says, we have testimony when you're there. But he didn't mention the part about how they'll get an affidavit from somebody and go arrest somebody who they feel like has done wrong. So if they will arrest somebody, if they arrest somebody who they say have done wrong, and they'll go pick them up with a sheriff with a gun, even though they say they know their systems break the law. And they think that that's enforcement because the guy with the gun goes and gets somebody and forces them to come, even when he's breaking the law and he don't know. They say that's remedy. So tell me, guys, is there remedy? Is there remedy when you go arrest somebody that you're not supposed to arrest? Is that remedy? It says finding a solution using the law. If they take you into a statutory court that's not the law, and the attorneys are coming on our shows admitting that it's against the law, they're breaking the law every day and they see it. They could write a book about it. They could go on Tucker and talk about it because they got so much history of knowing these people are breaking the law. But they're not prosecuting them. And they think that because they have the people with guns who will go grab somebody because they say so, even when they're breaking the law, that's remedy. But how is it remedy if they don't use the law to get a solution? That's right, Doc. Sexy. It's the opposite of remedy. Woo! Come on, y'all. See, the affidavit puts them in trouble because it shows under the common law, the Constitution, that something is wrong. And what happens very many times is they give me a solution. Josh came on here and told y'all that I helped him open his business and I shut down his business and opened up an entity in the private. Didn't Josh tell y'all that? So all the gyms were closed, guys. All the gyms were closed. And then I came and I helped Josh Barnett open his gym using the law. I took the law, set it up in the form of a notice, made Josh a member of my private association so I could do this for him. I sent the notices through Josh to the government officials. No, her name is Sexy, S-E-K-Z-I. So what happens is when we sent these notices out, the government officials saw it and gave us a solution. They didn't mess with Josh's business no more. He opened it right back up and was working out in front of the government. And those who forced everybody else with the gun saying, you better shut down, we're giving you a ticket, come outside with us, put these handcuffs on. They didn't do that to Josh or any of my people all the way across the country. Is that not a solution, guys? Remedy is a solution. A legal remedy is a solution that is gotten from applying or using the law. Come on, y'all. Let me know. Am I lying or not? We just read that legal remedy is using the law to get a solution to a problem. The problem was the gym was closed, right? Yes, sir, Antoine, you already are as one of the people. The problem. So the judge makes a ruling on a statute by the common law. No, here's the thing. You could have a statutory case. I'll give you an example of one in Arizona. One of them was when a statute says that you have to do a certain things with the ballets, the paper, the ballots, and the rule manual for the executive entity that's doing something says two different things. Who wins that administrative fight? Neither one of them has to do with the rights of the people. It is an administrative statute against a freaking rule from the executive branch. Who wins? How does that have anything to do with the common law and people's rights? So when they come out and say, oh, the judge said nobody can get slaughtered because the rule book and the freaking statute don't say so. That's what they tried to pull on Bill Bailey and nobody got it. Not nobody. Many didn't get it. They literally tried to affect his right because there was no statute that said his right was okay. But the right is under the common law. But what happened is when they made their argument, they used statute and constitution. What happens then? When you use statute and constitution, you mix up two things. One is common law, one is statutory law. Now you destroyed the jurisdiction. It can't be all common law. So when you bring in a statute, they can bring in a statute. When you bring in a constitution, they got to bring in a constitution. If it's a constitutional case where they have to show constitution authority to do something, this is why my affidavit say this. My affidavit says in this court of record, because court of record moved by the common law, not statutes or codes. And it says, these are my rights. I need you to swear by oath that you have been granted some authority and show it to me in the Constitution that says you can go against my right. And if you can't, we agree that you're doing this on purpose and with full knowledge that you're trampling somebody's rights. So when I do that, what happens is remedy involves a written statement confirmed by oath or affirmation for use as evidence in court. What's court? You got to define court. Yeah, and see, when the one gym in New Jersey got shut down and they got arrested, they had no notice of being a PMA or anything. When the government got notice that they were a PMA, after that, they went on Tucker Carlson and told him he's going to go kick the door down at what time that the judge put up. He went, kicked the freaking door down, and nobody arrested him? Yeah, because you knew he was in a different status. That's what the freak it is. The government was gangster as heck and arrested him before. As soon as he let them know he was in the private, not anymore. Same thing in California, same thing in Arizona, same thing in Oregon, same thing on Native American land. What gives, guys? What gives? See, people talk about remedy. See, I would like to ask all these people who try to attack me about remedy and say that means how do you force it, which it never said that. Remedy does not mean how do you force people. That is the idea of a slave owner. That's the idea of a slave owner. How do I force you to do what I want you to do? How do I impose my will on you? I don't impose my freaking will on nobody. You can do what the freak you want to do. Just don't hurt me, right? Don't hurt me, don't hurt my family, and don't hurt nobody that I care about in front of me, right? If somebody do something wrong to you and I see it and you hurt them, that's your right. You got jurisdiction over them. But don't go around hurting people. Don't go around hurting people. Yes, remedy is solution. So these clowns want to attack me. And they talk to Gail, and Gail goes around Arizona and says, David, I just don't think your documents have any teeth. How are you going to force? How are you going to force? How are you going to force? And the reason she feels that way is because she is an entitled woman who feels she can force people to do what she wants them to do. She told me, David, you're going to give me your notices. You're going to give me your stuff. And if you don't, I'm going to go online and blast you in front of everybody and use public pressure to force you to do it. And I said, the courts can't even force me to do stuff. You really think that you going in front of a whole bunch of people is going to really hurt me? Make me move? If I did that, I would be a sucker and a coward. And how can I teach the people to not let people rule over them? Wow. We're going to go deep now. Y'all want to go deep now? How many of y'all enjoying this, learning a little bit, seeing that what I'm telling y'all is not just my own ideas? I'm nothing. Right? Right? I'm showing y'all truth. Watch this. We're going to look at what's called a common right. Y'all ever heard about that before? See, people want to say the common law don't come from the Bible. They want to say the Constitution didn't come from the common law, right? They want to say all these things, and it sounds good when people let you talk because of what you are. But we got to start looking at what these people are saying. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. You can make it good now. Everything is backwards, though. It's jacking me up. Okay. We're going to look at common right. Here it is. Sorry, I had it too low. Right here. Common right. This is Black's Law 5th. Common right. Right? Right derivative from common law. Right peculiar to certain people is not a common right. So when the government gives you some type of statutory right, like parental rights over a child, right? They have different meanings. And when they give you that right in the statute, it is not a common law right, because they say any person who is a parent shall have the right to be the custodian or guardian of their kid. They just made something up, because God gives you the right to have your children. And he tells you that your children are a heritage, meaning that they are a gift given from him directly to you exclusively. Watch this. So right here, right derivative from common law. Now, where you find the rights derivative of common law is in the Bills and Declaration of Rights, and they cannot be infringed. How do we know that? Because the Bills and Declarations of Rights are in the Constitution, right? That thing that they never want to go to. The Constitution is where you find your bills and declarations of rights. Who agrees? Come on, y'all. Let me know. Who agrees? Bills of rights and y'all see why I had to lay down that foundation at the beginning of what I'm talking about so y'all can understand when I come here? The bills of rights and the declarations of rights are in your state constitutions. Please give me a hands up, a like, a love. Yeah, dude, that makes sense. You ugly, but we still think you cool, right? Let's understand. Now, y'all got to see, I get worked up when I'm talking to somebody who's blatantly lying to y'all. I know the answer already. I ask him questions knowing he's not going to answer. Attorneys are not going to ask me. I asked on Susan's show. I said, Susan, is Title 42 a positive law? What is a court of record? Nobody responds to me ever, right? And I love Susan, but I'm just saying, if we're going to deal with these fights, we got to start telling the truth and speaking. Even if we don't know, say, I don't know. It's okay to not know, but don't just do this. And wait for me to say it. Now, y'all gonna notice in every situation that I deal with from now on, this is what you're gonna see. Y'all gonna see me call these people out and say, show me where in the Constitution it says you can do that. Well, okay, I agree with you. I know it's wrong. I say, show me where in the Constitution the trust indenture tells them they can do something. They say, okay, I agree. I know it's wrong. So why the freak you're paying money to it? Okay, let's go a little bit further. Okay, look. When somebody come in front of you and start telling lies, and I know the freaking book says exactly what the lie is, and I can go straight to the page in 5 seconds, and they don't want me to, I get upset a little bit. Because it's y'all families that are affected by the wrong they're telling. And even if they're doing it by mistake, it still hurts people. So when you try to shut me down, when I'm trying to show the people law and you're telling a blatant lie. Now, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not saying he did it on purpose. But how many can see from what I showed today, and based on what y'all saw that he said and what I just showed y'all in the book, how many of y'all can admit that either by mistake or on purpose, either way, it doesn't matter, he told some lies? And I'm not calling him a liar. I'm saying it was a freaking lie. It's not about him. Don't believe in me, Sylvia. I'm a man. You believe in God. God is the one who blesses us. God is the one who gives us a remedy. God let me suffer to learn this. So when I come and I talk, Susan is an attorney. When I come and talk to y'all, I went through tons of pain because I didn't want everybody else to go through tons of pain. I didn't bow down to these people and do everything they said because I realized they were stealing my little guys and they were stealing other people's little guys. And God says a man should speak up for those who don't have a voice or who are fatherless. There's so many kids in America right now today that's fatherless. I used to go to a local jail and speak 4 times a week for free. 4 times a week, sometimes 5 and 6 hours straight. I would go from teaching the adults, and then I would go to teaching from the kids, and then they start asking me to do it with the adults, and then I'll go teach the adults. Before they could even go to see a psychologist, they first had to go to the classes with me so I could teach them how to change their thinking, and the race wars stopped. People start asking, when am I going to come and talk to them again? They started loving me because I told them, you're not a freaking number. When I first came there, I said this. I said, inmates, stand up. And everybody was immediately. And I said, what the freak was that? And they looked at me like, you told us to stand up. I said, inmates, stand up. You're not a freaking inmate. You are a man. You act like it. You live like it. You're not a freaking inmate. You made a mistake maybe or not, and you happen to be here. But that is not what you are. You are a man. God cares about you. I care about you. You know how much I get paid to come here? 0. You know how much I'm getting paid to do these videos every day showing y'all the law? 0. If somebody decides to give me a love gift, now I started letting them do a little bit, but I ain't going crazy off of no love gifts. Y'all don't see me up here like, donate to me. Give me some money, please. Right? I suffer to learn. I don't get paid by the club. I don't get the fringe benefit about the club, from the club. It's about y'all. So when you come and you lie to the people who I deal with on purpose or by mistake, and you want to be cocky about it or say like you know, yo ain't is going to be in for some smoke. For real. And I'm going to get worked up because any one of the kids that get SHOT forced and dies, these same people are not going to be around to give them condolences and cry with them. These same people will talk about remedy and never give you one and try to check me when they know that kids are coming home, no businesses are open, and nobody can deny it. Too many people been told. But they don't understand that's remedy because they're not smart enough to know what the freaking law says. Hey, and I don't even have my videos monetized. So they can't tell me what to freaking say. I might get kicked off. Right? But why? Because y'all my people. I roll with y'all. Right? I'll ride and die for y'all. I put my life on the line every freaking day. Every day for saying this stuff. You don't think they want to kill me? You don't think they tried? You don't think people saw them try to kill me? Do I quit though? Do I say, well, I got to keep my license and I got to fight and my kids come first and my life, my. All this mine. I would fight for the people to stand up, but they'll tear up my career. Screw that. You're a buster if that's how you think. That's so weak. It's about all of us as a people. See, I do certain things in the law, and then after the coast is clear, I start telling everybody. Because the country belongs to them too, and it's my duty to tell them about their country. So if I do something to help people win, I tell y'all how I did it after the fact when the smoke is clear, so that we learn, because this is y'all country. It's not just mine. I get to get some real benefits, y'all. They talk about black people are oppressed. Screw that. I've owned many houses, many lands, many cars, Corvettes, motorcycles. God let me have kids in America. I thought I would never have kids. I thought nobody would like me. I thought I would just be single and die. Right? But God let me have kids. And when you look at it, can God be so good as to give me kids? And then after the fact, love y'all kids and y'all family and y'all life so much that he says, David, you know what? I gave you some kids, right? Yes, God. David, do you trust me? Yeah, God. Okay, David, if I take your little guys away from you and make you fight for everybody else's little guys, am I a bad God then? David, you roll with me when I gave you the Corvette, right? David, when I gave you the mansion, mini mansion, down the street from Henry Ford, I was rolling with you. You was cool with me, right, Dave? Yes, God. David, I gave you kids. I let you see your pretty little boys and girls, right? I let you hug them and kiss them and teach them about the Bible and let you have time with them. Didn't I, Dave? Yes, God. Dave, if I borrow them for a little while for you to fight a battle for me, am I still a good God? Heck yeah, God. What you want me to do? You think I don't know that God is taking care of my little guys and preserving them while they're not in my face? You think I don't know that God is a better protector than me? You think I don't understand that I'm being used for a purpose to fight those who are powerful, who will tell us, I'm an attorney, listen to me. Listen to me. I art thou attorney. Shut the freak up. God says don't be a respecter of persons. You give the same judgment to the small and the great. If the man is a garbage man and one man is the governor, you treat them the same. But some people came on my page like, Dave, you can't talk to him like that. He's been doing this for how many years? How many years did you go to law school, Dave? That's right. That's right. I'm going to show y'all some fire. Can I have permission to show y'all some stuff in the Bible where the common law came from? So y'all can see why I am the way that I am. Is that fair, guys? Oh yeah, I had a built motor Busa, a built motor Busa, a ZX14 on nitrous, and an '08 Busa on nitrous. Now, guys, you got to understand, guys, anybody that I help really is God. I was sitting down and I wanted to work on my car. And I was praying to God. I said, God, please tell me what this is so I could tear it up. And in my own mind, the spirit I felt moving me saying, David, get up and look at the Social Security Act and read it like you read the Bible, every single word. And I'm like, okay. So I get up and I go look at thank you, Big CanCon. I love your whip too, bro. Your whip is amazing and clean, and it got AC. And it made good noise. Nitrous too. I like some nitrous. I like turbo better. I'm a turbo monster. I put turbo on everything. But look, so remedy, guys, is a solution based on the law. So my affidavits got all these kids back home, and everybody can agree that it happened. But they say that's not remedy because it's not forcing people to do something. So what I want to do is I want to show y'all that remedy comes from God, right? He's the one who led me to the answers to let me see. And I was crying on my knees at times like, God, please just tell me, God, I want to fight. I want to fight. Please, God, let me fight. Because I was so mad at what they were doing to everybody else. And it hurt me too. Oh, Scott, you the bomb. 2021, bro? V10? Cousin. Right? Guys, I was so hurt by what was happening to everybody else. I knew I had to fight. So I'm like, God, let me know. Lead me in what to do. Let's go. Like, whatever you want me to do, God. And he kept building my courage and strength, right? So I'm going to let y'all see something. Y'all didn't tell me if I could use the Bible or not. Tough crowd. Let's go. So, so guys, excuse me. I was telling y'all what was written in the law. And what we saw is, I said, let's open up the book. The Bible is the book of the law that God made. The Constitution is the law, and the books that we use to explain law are the books we use now. So what I want to do is I want to share something. And I'm going to show y'all how simple this is. See, in the Bible, when you teach the gospel of Christ, people get mad because they say, all you telling me is I got to do this and God will do this? Really? It's that simple. I don't think God can save me with that simple type of thing. Most people got to have a crazy thing that they're told to do in order to believe something is going to work. That's why people say to me, David, show me the remedy in your affidavit. First of all, you don't understand what the freak remedy means. Remedy means a solution to a problem by using the legal remedy, by using the freaking law. So when I open up the Constitution and put the law in there and teach people and it lets kids come back home, that's what you call remedy. Not when you go get somebody to get a gun and force somebody to do something. Otherwise, I could go get a gun and force somebody to do something. That's not what I'm doing. I'm showing people how to use the real law. Now watch this. Let me know if y'all can see this. Look at this. And when the tempter came to him, he said, if thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. Now I'm going to tell you, this is what the court does to you. If you are a good parent, prove to us you are. If you are a good driver, prove to us that you don't do wrong. Prove to us this or that. Prove to us. Right? Watch what happens. But he answered and said, it is written. Right? It is written. So Jesus going against the devil, his adversary, just like we go against the adversary, the devil, who used certain people to do his work. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. You want to live? You want remedy? You want to be free? It says, man shall live by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. You find that in the scripture. Now, look again. The devil taketh him up into the holy city and setteth him on a pinnacle of the temple and saith unto him, he said to him, if thou, you Jesus, be the Son of God, cast thyself down. For it is written. It is written. Now, notice the devil will try to trick you by saying it is written too. So Jesus said, it is written. So the devil comes back and says, hey, it's written, right? It's written. Now, this is how I tear up every attorney that comes against me. I'm going to show y'all some funny stuff. Now, if I sound like a Baptist preacher, I'd be like, well. Watch this, y'all. This is going to get funny. So he says, but he answereth and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone. I'm sorry, I went up too far. And said unto him, so this is what Satan said, if thou be the Son of God. Once again, they always want to test who you are. David, if you're real, why didn't you get your kids? Because I didn't know the knowledge when I was going through the fight. That's how. That's simple. And I was the only one. And I got close at the end, but I didn't know all this. And I didn't have other people who I taught like I do now. Now we get a lot of remedy, right? So if thou be the Son of God, David, if you're a Christian, why didn't you get your kids back? David, if you got all these other people's kids back and you can really do stuff, why didn't you win? Right? So watch this, y'all. It's gonna be good. Somebody block Savio B. Cardoso, whatever this guy's name is. Watch this. If thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down. Now watch this. For it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands shall they bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. Have y'all heard this before? We're going to have to slow down right here because I'm going to give y'all some big smoke, big fire, some real remedy, some real life fire, some real life stuff. Now, the devil, the adversary who accuses the brethren, see, when they take you in front of their courts, they accuse you. And a lot of times they're not even using the law. Watch this, y'all. This is going to get deep. Now, y'all can see right here in verse 6 where the devil tries to tell Jesus that it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou shalt dash thy foot against the stone. Right? Now, how many can see that what I just showed y'all? I really need y'all to participate because this is going to be one of the biggest things you're going to learn when it comes to the law and how they trick y'all. So can y'all see right here where it says, he told Jesus that the Father said that the angels, right? He would give the angels charge concerning him, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. So did the devil just quote scripture, y'all? Did the devil just quote scripture? Now from this, say, yes, he did, or no, he didn't. I need y'all to participate because I'm going to show y'all something that's so freaking big and powerful, you won't believe it. I need y'all to tell me if he just quoted scripture. Did the devil just quote scripture and tell what is written just like Jesus did? All right. Somebody said he tried to. Somebody said, yes, he did. Somebody said, yes. Right? Now, the devil just quoted something. But what I'm getting ready to tell y'all is the devil did what the attorneys do when they go against me. They spoke something. Now, here's what I'm going to ask y'all. Every time they attack me, I say, freaking show me in the book, homie. Let's look at it. Let's open it up. See, somebody said, yes, Psalm 91. Now, here's what I'm going to tell y'all. David Jose says he did not quote scripture. Take charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up. I want y'all to remember the words, lest at any time. Lest at any time. Lest at any time. Lest at any time. Everybody repeat it. Dash thy foot against a stone. So lest at any time is what he said, right? He talked about the angels, and then he said, lest at any time you dash your foot against the stone. And many people in the world today will take that and say, the devil quoted scripture. And I'll say, no, he freaking did. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. And they'll say, David, you're always playing with words. I say, words mean things. And if you don't want to say word mean things, stop freaking talking, because what you're saying is meaningless. Stop telling us stuff if it's meaningless, right? Now I'm going to show y'all some big smoke. Watch this. Super big smoke. The devil is your accuser day and night before God. The people in administrative courts are accusing you all the time of doing stuff wrong without even swearing you did anything wrong. Now, let me show y'all something. I do this with the attorneys, and I'm going to show y'all the same process and why they don't like talking to me, why it starts getting uncomfortable. Watch this. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over thee. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that, right? Where it said he shall give the angels charge over thee. Yeah, he did say that. To keep thee in all thy ways. To keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands. Lest at any time? Come on, y'all. What's this right here? Did that say lest at any time? See, he quoted something. He said, lest at any time you shall dash thy foot against a stone. Satan just had people in the world thinking that he quoted scripture. The dude added, lest at any time. Satan added to God's word and tried to trick Jesus, the word. So when you go fight Satan, you better know what the word is and what the freaking word means. If you don't know what the words mean in the fight, you get tricked. If you don't know what the actual law document says, this is why I told him, they'll bring you in front of administrative court, not even tell you the law never passed. You'll go through a whole case on something that's not a law. And the judges and attorneys will let you do it in the courtroom and play along. Everybody will make money but you. And then you find out, holy crap, this dude just said something that was not in the book. Y'all see this? So when I ask them to open the freaking book, it's not because I do word play. When I ask them to open the book, when I ask them to open the book, I ask them to open the book because I know that accusers are freaking liars at times. And if you are going to say something is the law that you want me to go by, you better freaking show it to me. You better show me in the book. Now you guys should be able to get a sense of why it was such a hard time trying to open that book. Because when I open the book, I'm going to stand on what is written. And when he gave his testimony, he told y'all the common law is the statutory and constitutional common law text. Statutory stuff that judges make a decision on, and that makes up the case law, which is the common law. Homie, what book you get that out of? I know you a teacher. I know you the man. I know you get to go on TV shows. I know you're powerful. I know you got some fight in you. But homie, what you did was lie. You just lied in front of my friends, and I have a duty to my friends to tell them the truth. Now, some of my friends don't like me yet because they like you, Mr. Sir, because you're cooler than me. You got some nice hair. You're a freaking attorney. You've been doing this for years. So they look and say, well, Dave is raggedy and ugly, and this guy is all dressed up and polished, and David just says stuff that we don't like because he's too aggressive at times. So we're going to call David dumb and say, David, don't you say nothing to this man. You humble yourself before him, Dave. You don't say those things, Dave. You have to let him say what he wants to say. And you sit here and don't get emotional, Dave. Don't you say nothing. You restrain yourself, boy. He has a bar card. You didn't work that hard to get a bar card, Dave. You think your backyard law teaching book self talking about stuff in a book means you're something? You better shut up, Dave, and humble yourself. Humble yourself, boy, because he is the Lord. Humble thyself, peasant, is what they want to tell me. Wow. Lie on purpose or mistaken, the result is the same. When you lie about what God said, there's a man in the Bible who God told to leave, go through a nation, don't return the same way, and don't meet with certain people. An actual man who used to be a prophet tells him, hey, no, actually God told me to tell you to come to my house and eat some food. That man died. Why did that man die? Because he listened to somebody who told him a lie. So don't try to act like, oh, did he lie? Or was it a mistake? I don't give a freak if it was a lie or a mistake. The lie is a lie if you do it on purpose or not. The truth is the truth if you tell it on purpose or not. So let's stop playing this game like we can't analyze and say that something is not the truth. Now, if you want to say it's the truth, prove it's the truth. Okay, so if I'm twisting and misconstruing his points, why did everybody say they heard him say it? Come on, Ox Yuki Love. You're the only one out here trying to say I'm doing it. And everybody else is saying, no, he said that. We saw it. We saw it. Right? But a million people can tell me to humble myself. Don't get too loud. Shut the freak up. You better be quiet. David, he's better than you. Okay, well, that's what you think. But I use the book. Do you use the book? Because if you cry about the trouble you're in and you get mad at me for telling you the truth, are you mad at me because I tell you the truth? Do you kill me because I tell you the truth? Oh, no. Law degree does mean something, because yesterday and today, you were pretty much looking like what he was saying was true, and he's this and that. So today I'm showing that that's not what's in the book. So I need you to help me understand Ox Yuki Love. If he pays the group that are oppressor and lies, is that a good thing or a bad thing, ma'am? Or sir, I can't tell if you're a ma'am or sir, I'm sorry. But can you show me? Is that good or bad? It's not about rewatching. I need you to tell me, if he pays the system that destroys people, is it good or bad, ma'am? Can I go to Nambla that talks about having sex with kids and give them money and still be looked at as good? Yes or no, ma'am? Come on now. Okay, if I'm a black dude from the ghetto, ma'am, and I say I want to go around like BLM and start punching people in the face, ma'am, or I kill somebody because they're white, is that good or bad? I know you can answer this one. Let's make it easier for you. Because, the truth is subjective. If I say something that people look at as a norm, like there's certain people who are ghetto and hurt people, and I say that, it might be easier for you to say. So if I'm one of those gangster thug chocolate people that go shooting people and I give some money to a bad group, is that bad? Yes or no? Ox Yuki Love, I ask you a simple question. You can say a lot of stuff to me in the comments, but it's so funny when I ask people questions, y'all can't ever answer nothing. I'm putting myself on the line saying what I believe the common law is and blurting it out so everybody can judge me, put me on the freaking table right in front of everybody. I have to stand open in front of them and get scrutinized. And I'm cool with it. But when I ask y'all a question, you start talking about other stuff. Is it wrong, yes or no, if I hurt people and pay a group that hurts people? Or if I know a group hurts people and I give them money, is it right or wrong? I'm sure you can understand English. And see, this is what I can't stand. I can't stand the cowardly stuff where you got all these comments you want to say. You know the nation is struggling. You want to say, stop saying this, be quiet, whatever. But you can't even freaking say if something is wrong. It's so easy for you to try to correct me. But you can't say something's wrong because you got a connection to some man and you don't want to say. You don't want to say that what we see is clearly what we see. You don't want to say anything is wrong connected to him. That's so cowardly. It's so cowardly. And that's why I'm okay with blocking some of y'all. Because you will talk, not have a single solution, fight somebody who has no, don't say it's not good. I said, is it wrong or is it right? How hard is it for you to simply say something is wrong or right. You can't even completely say it. It's not good. Look, is it wrong or right? That simple. A simple question. I'm asking you a simple question, begging you to just answer if paying a group that you say does wrong is wrong or right, and you got so much of a connection that you cannot speak, then you are a judge of persons, and you look at his status and you fail to be a righteous judge because you can't, because you're a liar. You're a liar and the truth is not in you. That's why you can't answer. That's why you got to sugarcoat it. That's why you can't say wrong or right. Let's be real. You can say something about me and let it come out your mouth with no hesitation. But when it's time to deal with what's real, it is what it is. Right? So let's continue. So y'all wonder why, David, why are you trying to make him use the book? What's happening? David, why are you trying to make him use the book? Because the book tells the freaking law. And if you add or take away from the book, you're breaking the law. So God, the creator of all man, tells us this idea. Right? So let's look. Deuteronomy 4:2. This is why I fight the way I fight. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you. The people are the creators of the Constitution. We command the government and give them obligations if you're going to work for us. If I give you something, it ain't your own. You didn't create it. You do it the freaking way we said as the people. You don't go stealing power and doing it your own way. Now let's watch and see. Watch this. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. When Satan just said it is written and added lest at any time, that at any time was not there. He tried to trick Jesus with some okie doke. When the guy says common law is all the statutory law and this and this and this and this. And I say, whoa, 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 homie, whoa, 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 whoa. The book didn't say that. Can we look at the book? Oh, David, that book ain't important. Bro, you sell the book. You sell the book. You sell the book. Ken is helping the people. They get to learn the truth and they're going to fight. Watch the next time the people have a fight with the law. They're going to stand up boldly and say, show me where it is. And all the attorneys lying, not showing people where it is, going to be in trouble. Watch this. You see, Antoine said, LOL, I see your point. Read the law as you read the Bible. Now watch what God says. God says, ye shall not add unto them the words, and you shall not add unto the word which I command you. Hey, Jacob, the little one's outside. See? Sorry, y'all. It's the weekend. When I host the peoples, ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. You can't take nothing from it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to prove to y'all how they're doing is in line to you. Watch this. That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Guys, if you take away from the book or you add to the book, you no longer have the book. So God is saying, if you want to keep my commandments, you got to stick with what I wrote to you. In the same way, thank you, Ivan. In the same way, when you are dealing with God's word, it is like you are dealing with the law in the world. So if I have the law and I show you, hey, this is what the law said. What the attorneys try to do is take away from you having the ability to know the law. And the way they do that is they hide stuff. Are we catching this now? Now, guys, I'm not trying to be funny against the professor. The professor might be doing some powerful stuff and trying to fight and tell people. I'm just saying it get a little dangerous when somebody tell you something that's not in the law. Am I wrong for that? Am I wrong for that? Now, some of y'all will say that y'all Christians. Some of y'all will say y'all not Christians, but y'all do believe that there's a Jesus and the Bible is legit. Some of y'all don't believe in God at all. But the truth of the matter is, our common law comes from the dang Bible. So it don't matter if you believe in God or not. If you want to learn how to fight, you probably should know what the textbook says, right? You probably should know what them dang textbook words are. Because when you don't know what the textbook says, anybody can sell you anything and you might buy it. But this is why I get in trouble, because I make them open the book. See, people give lawyers a pass because they're lawyers. Oh yeah. There's some people who are trolls who are in the movement that work with Clinton, who actually sent her messages, attacked her because she's learning how to fight, and they know they're in trouble. These people had a fight with me, threatened to kill me. I can show you people who they've taken part in killing. I can show you them trafficking kids in their arrest records. I showed that the other day. And these are the people who want to fight. But I'm going to show y'all something. A lot of y'all do some funny stuff, and I'm not mad at you. I'm just showing you. We got to be real, right? I love you enough to be real. Y'all love me enough to call me out and say, Dave, shut up, you idiot, right? So y'all love me enough to call me an idiot and tell me what's up. So we're going to look and see what's up. Some of y'all like attorneys. And because they're attorneys, y'all give them a special place. Some of y'all, not all of y'all, some. You give them a special place in the world because they're an attorney. They went to school. They got knowledge. They're sharp. They can say a whole bunch of stuff real quick. It sounds like they're quoting law. But let's see what Jesus, if you really like Jesus, you should be ashamed of yourself, right? Like the old school folk used to say, Nat, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself, boy. You should be ashamed of yourself. Kill, kill. Kill, kill. Watch this, y'all. Luke 11:52. Watch this. Yeah, he teaches our children. So every year, a group of people will come out saying what he say, and he ain't quote the dang book. Common law is what we stand on, not that case law garbage. What the freak you put in is what's supposed to come out. Watch this. Woe unto you, lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye entered not in yourselves, and them that were entering in ye hindered. When I tried to open up that book, he hindered me. He didn't want me opening that book. But see, God has already opened the door to the key of knowledge. Hey, Janet, we got a Venmo in somebody else's name because they're the trustee for the PMA. That helps everybody. So, woe unto you lawyers. That's what Jesus is saying. This is Jesus. Now, if you love Jesus, don't be acting like you're mad at me, because this is the word of Jesus, and Jesus is awesome. So if you hate on Jesus and you call yourself a Christian, you got some problems. If you say you love God, and you get mad at me for telling you what God said, then really you just whack. So don't get mad now. But if you get mad, it don't matter anyway. I'm going to still tell the truth. Woe unto you lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye enter not in yourselves. You ain't even trying to go in law. They so bad in front of y'all face. They say stuff like this. Well, we're attorneys at law. Oh, you ain't in? I can go and be at the front door. That don't put me in the house. So Jesus says, you ain't even going in, dude. You're not going in. You're not going into the law, attorneys, lawyers. You're acting like you're dealing with the law. You walking all around the law. You dancing in front of the law. You act like you're teaching the law. But when I say, oh, let's open up the freaking law book, woo, start getting heavy, don't it? Start smoking. The house start getting funny. It start getting funny. Yep, the case law using statutes undermines the common law because the people don't know it and they hide it from y'all. Watch this, y'all. My haters coming. That's so beautiful. I'm so happy y'all watch me and just hang out. Your life is so awesome. You're up on a Saturday morning talking junk. And it's beautiful. Because God is good and people are learning, and that's why you come fight. Because God is good and we're winning. And some of y'all don't want us to win, and it's so funny and it's so amazing to see how y'all shiver and break down when we just smack y'all with real law, real truth. So beautiful. Watch this. Woe unto you lawyers, for ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Guys, when they hide the state constitution, aren't they taking away the key of knowledge? The very thing that says they can't do what they do and allows them to tell an officer to go grab somebody and shoot them is the very thing that is the knowledge that would stop you from getting hurt. Y'all see people perishing every day and don't even realize why you're perishing. Not everybody, a lot of y'all. Watch this. For ye have taken away the key of knowledge. Ye enter not in yourselves, and them that are entering in you hinder. Guys, I'm going to show y'all some real smoke now. Who wants to see some real smoke? Who wants to go next level? You see how Jesus said you hide the key of knowledge, right? Did y'all see that? Y'all got to say yes if you want me to keep going. If you want me to stop right now and you're not a hater, I'll stop. Come on now. Who the freak wants to see what's real? Who wants to see what's real? Jesus said, you hide the key of knowledge, didn't he? For those of you who like Jesus, it said you hide the key of knowledge. I'm going to click on something for y'all. Y'all see this book called the Black's Law Dictionary? Revised 4th edition? Y'all see that? Do y'all see that? They're trying to make fun, y'all. They try to make fun. Jesus says they hide the key of knowledge. What's this right here, y'all? What's that? What's that? What's that? Y'all see this? Is it big enough? What? It's $143 for the book. $144. What is that? What is that right there? What is that little thing down there? What's that, y'all? A key. What did Jesus say they hide? What did Jesus say they hide? This is the 4th edition. I'm going to show y'all the type. When God puts wisdom in you, y'all, God said they hide the key of knowledge. I'm going to show y'all something else. That's the 4th edition, right? Y'all really want some real smoke? Y'all really want to take this to the next level to see how dirty these lying lawyers are? Y'all want to see something? Here's the 11th edition. Does it have a key? Does it have a key? No. Here's another one. Does it have a key? Does it have a key? 10th edition. No. Right? So I'm going to show y'all something. What if I told y'all in Black's Law 4th and 5th, you see some words in there, and then there's a key right there. Y'all see that? Now, it's not by mistake there's a key on the front, right? They could have put a key on the side, key on the back, but there's a key right there on the front. And there's some knowledge at times in the Black's Law Dictionary. But after the 4th and 5th, they start really changing stuff. Even in the 5th, they change some important stuff. But what they do is they hide the key of knowledge. Now, who wants me to prove it? I'm nothing special, right? I'm just a regular old dude. So there's no way that I should be able to, there's no way I should be able to show you guys something that will prove to you that the lawyers are taking definitions out of the book. Now, what if I told y'all that lawyers are taking the definitions out of the book, right? They're taking part of the definition out to hide the key of knowledge. I told the professor, hey, I know that they're administrative hearings and not courts and not judges. And he was shaking his head like he knew. He even admitted that stuff was administrative, like he knew, right? So if he admitted it, y'all, that he knew it was administrative, isn't it important, guys, that we know what's in the book and understand what an administrative hearing is and what a court is? Come on, y'all. Y'all got to help me out here right now. Because I'm going to take it to the next level. We're going to see how far y'all want to go. We're going to see how far you want to go. Jesus said they hide the key of knowledge. If I can prove to you that they're changing definitions and teaching the lawyers less than what they used to, so they'll go after you, that would be a bad thing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a bad thing, y'all? Wouldn't it be bad? Now, if you're that one person, ox, you might not be able to tell if it's bad or not. So, guys, we're going to have a problem. If I can prove to you that they're taking stuff out of the book, so you can't learn what you're supposed to do and fight, wouldn't that mean they're hiding the key of knowledge, y'all? Come on now. I'm going to give y'all all the smoke. And this is why they don't like to fight me when I want to open the books. Woo! When I make them open the freaking book, they shiver. They start acting weird. Their face changes. You see them look back into their mind like, what the heck do I do with this right now? I just got freaking steamrolled. I really don't want this. I really don't want all the smoke. I thought I wanted the smoke. I don't want it that much. Right? I'm going to show y'all why the lawyers, I asked, did anybody hear me ask the professor yesterday, hey, professor, what's a court of record? Now, I'm sure he's going to see the video and he's going to come and say it later on, possibly. But he wasn't going to answer that on TV, on the video. I said, sir, what's a court of record? Did y'all hear me say that? Please give me feedback if you heard me say it. Please give me feedback. Let me see if I can scroll this down. I'm sorry. If you heard me say that, I'm going to show y'all some gangster fire, man. It's going to be so good. How many of y'all enjoying this so far? If you heard me ask him what a court of record is, please say, yes, Dave, we heard you. And I'll look at the comments in a second. Dang, this thing is not moving good. Okay, shucks. Okay, so I'm going to show y'all something now. I asked him what a court of record was, no response. See, I love it when people come at me and say, Dave, tell me what you mean. What's this? What's that? How do we know? How can we prove it? How can we know that you're not just lying? Good, let's do that. But when I want to ask them a question, they don't want to talk. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair. Watch this. Now, everybody heard me say, what's a court of record? Now, could you guys imagine why I would ask him what the court of record is? I'm asking him what a court of record is because they don't use the actual definition of court of record anymore. They hid it. They hid the key to knowledge. Oops. Let me see. Is it under just court in this one? They hide the key of knowledge so that what happens is when you try to approach them, there's nothing there that you can use to attack what they're doing. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Okay, it's going to be under the definition of court. Then you got to go to, where is the other? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Can y'all see right here? I don't know how to zoom perfectly. Let me see. Can y'all see this? I'm about to give y'all all the smoke. Now, I want y'all to count when it says court of record, how many characteristics it has. I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah. God, tell me God ain't good. Woo! God is so good. Watch this. How do I get this over here? Oh, there we go. Now, right here, classification. Courts may be classified, divided several methods. Courts of record and courts not of record. Woo! Y'all about to get an education like y'all ain't never seen before. By God. Watch this. Court of record and courts not of record. Now we got to look at how many characteristics the court of record has in this Black's law. So it says the former being those who acts and judicial proceedings are enrolled or recorded for perpetual memory and testimony. So they keep the record perpetually, right? They record it forever. That, how many is that? That's one characteristic, right? One characteristic is they keep a record immemorial. Can y'all say y'all saw that one? I need y'all to interact with me because we got to nail this coffin shut. So one characteristic of a court of record, right, is that it has a record that's immemorial. Okay, good. Y'all saw that. So let's go to number 2. Here's number 2. And which has the power to fine or imprison for contempt. You know, when the CPS workers and the cop lies inside of the traffic court and they don't arrest them, and they find out they're lying and they still don't arrest them, or they lie in child support court and they don't arrest nobody, that's because you're not in a court of record and there is no fining and imprisoning for contempt. Nobody's saying you're doing a criminal activity. They're just stealing your money in an administrative hearing. Now, is this number 2, which have the power to fine and imprison for contempt? Is that number 2? Yes or no? Come on, y'all. Number 2. See, one way to avoid administrative courts is to give them affidavits and notices letting them know you know where you're at and what they're doing, and you're not giving them jurisdiction. That's 2. Now, here's number 3. Error lies to their judgments, and they generally possess a seal. So they got a seal. Most of your CPS courts and all that don't have a seal. So let's put number 3, seal, right? That's 3 we found so far. That's a good number so far, right? That might not be all of them, but that's a good number. So we got 3 things about a court of record, right? Now, there's a difference between administrative and judicial. The attorneys never want you to know that they're supposed to have a court seal in a court of record. They don't want you to know that because the seal is the power of the state. The seal is the power of the county. The king used to put his seal on something when he was the one taking the action. When you are doing an administrative hearing, you're the one taking the action, not a judge. And an administrative agency is taking the action, right? So they don't put the seal on there because you're not in a court of record. Now, courts not of record are those with inferior dignity, have no power to fine or imprison, and which the proceedings are not enrolled or recorded. Now, you know why in a lot of your CPS cases, they'll strike all the evidence you put in? In traffic court, they'll strike all your evidence and say, oh, we're not putting that on the record. Woo! Private court, not a court of record. It's an administrative hearing. It's not by the law. They bypass the law. And people say, David, your affidavits have no teeth. Well, my affidavit says it's a court of record document. My affidavit says sui juris, and I'm one of the people. My affidavit says as one of the people, you can't bind me by a freaking statute. I'm not a person. I'm not a government official. See, because you're not smart enough to read what I'm saying as one of my haters, because you don't know, you challenge me without ever looking to see, hey, does this dumb Negro from the ghetto actually know what he's saying? Should we at least just look at him and hear him out first? Or should we cut him off every second and say, well, I don't understand. That's not how it works in my court. You're not even a freaking court, so shut the freak up. You're not even a freaking court. You're sitting up here talking to people about court, and you're in imaginary land where there is no court. Now, y'all know how we talked about the common law? and how common law are not codes? You know why the professor can't fight me and show this stuff? Because if he ever makes the mistake of letting me open the book in front of him, he gonna have to admit that the whole thing is a lie and everybody need to get prosecuted. And if he don't do it, he's involved. That's why. Now, this is Black Law version 4. You can go online and get the PDF. I'm getting the PDF straight off the freaking internet, right? Now, we gonna go deeper. We got 3 already. The court of record, they didn't say it's an administrative, just business tribunal. They said a court of record is a judicial tribunal, not administrative. They can actually make a judgment. When you get something from an administrative court, it's not really a judgment. It was never done by the common law. They trick you into believing it, and then it's game over. Watch this. A court of record is a judicial tribunal having attributes and exercising functions independently of the person of the magistrate, that dude in the black robe, not a judge, designed generally to hold it. Guys, is that number 4? The judge and the tribunal who's bringing the court case can't work together. Well, under Title 42, CPS, child support, and the Highway Safety Act, the federal treasurer or the federal secretary with CPS, they all are connected under Title 42, 674, payment to states, or Title 42, 666. Some people understand that number. So here's 4. It has to be judicial and it cannot be administrative. Y'all feel me? Now, David Jose ain't just telling you stuff. David Jose is telling you, taking to the freaking book. These clown attorneys don't want to tell you, right? They don't want to tell you that the common law ain't got nothing to do with them and they have no power, but they got no control. So when I knock the snot out of them with the book, they can't handle it. They want to fight. They want to say, dude, you're dumb. You're just an idiot. You don't have a degree. You don't have a license. You're not like me. You're not that cool. I've been doing this for 30 years. Boy, I've been doing this longer than you were alive. Stop talking to me that way. Oh, okay. And then some of the people, they want to listen to him. Dave, he's the professor. You do not talk to him in such a manner. You better apologize. He's owed an apology right now. Please. Come on, y'all. Come on. What's up? What's up? Who want that smoke? Who want to go deeper? See, they don't like that I talk about the common law because as a common law teacher, it makes you a bad mama jamma because your teaching come directly from the Bible and they can't fight it. They're not tough enough. They're not strong enough. They ain't got enough oomph in them to bring that smoke and stand before God, who will give a little nothing some words that'll let them blow their back out as a nothing from the ghetto with no education, with no education, still using ebonics that says do and not door, that says po and not pour, that says stow and not store. Y'all can laugh all y'all want to and team up with somebody who says something that don't show y'all something and laugh at me if you want to. But when they stripping stuff out your freaking life, don't look at me like David Jose didn't help me. Don't look at it like Dave didn't love me. Don't look at it like Dave was wasting his time for hours teaching people and they didn't even give a freak about what he said because they were so googly-eyed at somebody who got a degree. Y'all see what I'm saying? Now, who want to go deeper? Do y'all even think we can go any deeper? We already at 4 things. Y'all think we can find any more? Y'all think we can find any more? I'm about to get jiggy with it. Let's roll. By God. See, this is God's power, y'all. When God lets you suffer more than you want to suffer, he turns you into something better because the things that God creates come out of pressure, out of humility, out of suffering, out of tears, out of doing humble work. He builds you up to his work because you'll give him the praise. It ain't Dave. Dave is a nothing. Where do you find common law? It's separate from the magistrate, so the tribunal, the one bringing the case, cannot be the same one as the judge are working together. Now, here's where I'm going to show y'all why he wanted to tell y'all common law had to do with statutes. Remember I told y'all about a common law action ain't got a dang thing to do with statutes? It has to do with your rights in the Constitution, nothing freaking else. What's sworn to in the Constitution. Let me go Baptist preacher, hold on. Didn't I tell y'all that there was some issues with the stuff that he was trying to say? He was trying to come to young Dave and twist him up, talking about the law means this and common law means that, but he ain't show a dang book. And when I tried to show the dang book, everybody got all pissed because they were like, Dave Jose shouldn't be talking to him this way and opening up the book. He knows it like the back of his hand. Dave, stop talking. And David said, no, that is not what the common law is. Well, it is not what the common law is. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? And the church said, amen, right? And proceeding according to the course of common law that'll snap a lawyer's jaw. He said he wanted to pour ice water on my affidavit, but my junk is so hot the ice is gonna thaw. I gave it to him raw. I didn't just say it. I took y'all to the freaking law book and made it freaking spread. Worse than an AK. My affidavits are smoke. He tried to hate on me, but we see his diction's a joke. What he said ain't even freaking in the book. He's working with a group of people who are organized crooks. Ask him what a court of record is. They get shook. I ain't even go to school and probably couldn't afford the book. Online on fire, dropping mad knowledge. Yesterday, people were trying to tell me to bow down and pay homage. I'm like, stop that junk, dude. It's kind of rude. Don't get mad at me if it looked like I got a little attitude. I'm trying to teach you the law. I'm trying to stop them from taking your kids. But you all googly-eyed like you got a bag of katydids. Come on now, I'm not the whiz kid. I'm just giving you facts. I ain't even think about this. It's coming off the top of my back where my hair used to be, but I ain't got it no more. So I teach the freaking law till I fall to the floor. They said they'll kill me. I don't care no more because it's about God and the people, and he wants you for sure. And that's real. So we're going to do it like that. So guys, the court of record proceeds according to the course of common law only. No statutes or codes. No rules. All that bullcrap. Come on, y'all. What's up? What's up? He said he's been doing this for a long time. Now, y'all counted 5 things, right? Y'all counted 5 things, right? Right? Y'all counted 5. And that was in Black's Law 4. But I'm not going to just stop there. I'm not just going to say these lawyers are lying to you. I'm not just going to say it because I'm a nothing. And what I say means freaking nothing. I'm going to show y'all that key was telling y'all exactly what they were doing. They believe that y'all are so dumb that they can remove the law from the law books right in front of your face. And your behind will keep hiring them and never look to see. They believe you're so stupid that they could just tell you something on a video. Make sure y'all share this, y'all, because I'm setting people free today. We gonna use the law to set people free. And when God set you free, you're going to be free indeed. So you ain't all the way free yet, but you're going to be free from their bull. Now, guys, 5 principles for what a court of record is. It moves by the common law. It has a seal. The judge must, the magistrate in the black dress must be independent of the tribunal trying to bring the case. They can't work together. They're able to fine and imprison for contempt. They keep a record and memorial. And they move according to the common law, not statute and code. I'm teaching y'all line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little, there a little. Guess where the freak I got that from? Wait till you find out. Wait until you find out. Now, I keep showing y'all stuff from Black's Law 5, right? Jesus, who I love, who I believe in, you might not believe in him, but Jesus is awesome. And you might hate on Jesus a little bit. You might not like Jesus. But I'm going to tell y'all, Jesus tells the truth. And the bar members don't want you to know the truth often because they make money. If I tell y'all that your rights are in the Constitution and I show you where, then what happens is they can no longer be used as attorneys because you can blow their backs out with just simple plain English. Now it ain't fun no more because they don't make as much money or get as much billable hours. You need them to tell you what the law is because they give you some sophisticated garbage that you believe in because it sounds so cool. Then when I tell you something simple, you say, how could that be a remedy? It just sounds so simple. It sounds so easy. That can't be right. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go even harder. Now, if I'm not teaching y'all the freaking real law and standing on every freaking thing I believe in and what the freaking writing says, smack me in the face. If I'm doing my own thing, smack me in the face. But I'm going to show y'all how they hide the key of knowledge. Who wants that smoke? Who's ready for it? Get ready. It's about to get, watch this. As people say, they don't say this. Watch this. Not this. Watch this. With a D. Now I'm going to show y'all a court of record in Black's Law 5. Tell me if y'all see anything missing. Black's Law 5. This is the top of the definition. Does this look as long as that other definition, y'all? Did the book lose weight? The book must have went on a dang water, a dry fast or something. Because this definition of court of record, here's de facto court. Right here is court of record. Look how long this one is compared to the one we just read. Did it lose weight, y'all? The same word, court of record. Why is it different? Why is it less? Why is it less? See, they talk about legal theory. He kept bringing up legal theory. I'm like, look, dude, I'm not bringing up theories. I'm talking about real stuff I've done. I'm talking about real stuff in the Constitution. I don't know about no dang theory. I'm just talking about what the freak I'm reading. I just want to show you what's right there. Yeah, we done paid lawyers thousands of dollars, and they don't tell you a dang and no freaking truth, right? A dang bit. Now, guys, I'm going to give y'all a treat. I told you I was going to bring the fire. This is Black's Law 5, one of those books. I don't think it had a key on there. I ain't got the front cover no more. But let's see if they hide the key of knowledge. Let's count these. A court of record. A court that is required to keep a record of its proceedings. Holy moly. Did that say keep a record in memorial of the proceedings of the court? Who took it out? Who wrote it? The lawyers wrote it. Who the freak you think taking this out? Jesus said they hide the key of knowledge. So if he said the lawyers are the ones hiding the key of knowledge, I'm not smarter than Jesus. I could just tell you what he said, and I could just show you what Mr. Clements said, and I can show you what all them haters who came on my channel having fun thinking they were going to win for the night. I let them live in their little pride for a little bit. Now I'm taking their soul from them. I'm literally showing you what they're hiding in their book that I didn't write, and I dare anybody to challenge me. From any of the government officials, Mr. Clements can come back on and show that I'm lying. I know he's going to watch this. I dare him or any of his followers to come on and say it is not written where I'm showing you it's written. So you could either be for the truth or you could be a freaking buster. You make your decision. I'm not your daddy. But what I'm telling you is this is Black's Law 5th, and I showed y'all online Black's Law 4th. Why in Black's Law 5th did they shorten out the number of things for court of record? Watch. Let me show y'all. A court that is required to keep a record of its proceedings and that may fine or imprison. Okay, that's two things. Such record imports verity and cannot be collaterally impeached. So this is two things. This is just explaining the record. So you have a court of record keeps the proceedings, and a court of record can fine or imprison for contempt. So I asked some of the best attorneys in the nation. I say, hey guys, what's a court of record? And they say, oh, I know that. that's a court that can keep the record. I said, whoa, is that really what the definition is? That's all you know? That's all they taught you in law school? A court that can keep the record? Are you sure that's what it is? Is that your final answer? Well, what else is it, Dave? That's really what it is. Oh, it's a court that can fine and imprison for contempt. And then they say, well, come on, Dave, all courts can fine and imprison for contempt. I said, so CPS court fine and imprison for contempt when the CPS workers lie? Are they swearing to everything under penalty of perjury in a judicial proceeding? No? So yeah, so they ain't going to jail, right? Yeah. So they're not going to jail in your CPS court. And people don't get prosecuted in a CPS court. So guys, explain to me why in Black's Law 5 did it miss that the court is to have a seal, that the judge can't be working with the tribunal that brought the case to court. So CPS can't be together in a program making money in a federal program with the judge who's getting hired for services, court services, or with child support enforcement. They cannot be working together. Come on, y'all. Bring that smoke. They can't be working together. A court of record can't move by statutes or codes. It has to move by the common law. You see that? Now, I'm just joking. I ain't even going that far. I'm going to go farther. Now, guys, y'all want me to show y'all some real gangster smoke? Do y'all know in the Constitution of Arizona, if you're going to take something from a man, that you have to take it by due process of law? That means the common law. You have to have a jury of his peers in every case, or you took it and you stole it. Wow. Boy, I ain't even done yet. I'm going to show y'all some more. Who wants some more smoke? I know this video getting long. We had 2 hours and 42 minutes. Notice on my show, I don't say, oh, we only got an hour. We only got 30 minutes. I'm going to give y'all a little bit. And maybe we can look at it another month, 2 months, 3 months from now. I don't do that, bull. I show y'all the freaking truth and sit here and make sure it's thoroughly explained. To the point that my haters had to stop talking now. They had to stop talking because they realized they looked stupid and it was a lie. Y'all want some more smoke? Who wants the smoke? I'm selling smoke for free today. I'm up Saturday morning. Josh and them wants me at their event. He wanted me to come meet some people. I'm here teaching y'all the truth. There's one guy who I love, who I wanted to meet so bad. And I'm not going to meet him because I'm here teaching. But I love this guy and I've seen him on videos talk about God so much. I tried to send this guy messages just so I could tell him hi one day. And I was sad because I was hoping he wouldn't die before I get to tell him hi. I was so happy about the work he's done teaching the Bible. Now, I'm going to show y'all where the common law comes from the Constitution, as y'all saw. Did I show y'all the definition of constitutional right? A right so guaranteed that the legislature can't make a law against it, right? Well, I showed y'all that the rights in the Constitution, you can't make a law against them, right? So while these people are attacking me, they don't realize when I say that I'm in a court of record. This is funny. I wish I could hear y'all on this. When my affidavit says court of record now, where the judge can't work together, with the prosecutor and the freaking CPS guys, and they got to move by the common law, and they got to have a seal, and all these other things. Do y'all see now when I write an affidavit and use that law, why it's like, holy crap? Who told this dude this? What the freak happened to him that he got to learn this? Who told him all this stuff? I can't hear what y'all saying, but I know some of y'all are like, boy, this junk is crazy. See, this is why my affidavits teach the government what I'm showing y'all. Let's just be real, y'all. If you were a government official right now, and I came to your office and I showed you what I'm showing you right now, would fear not quake through your freaking shoes? Would you not say, oh, shucks, this dude is coming with some freaking fire? Do you not see why they killed my Facebook? Do you not see why Gail was begging to have my notices and affidavits so she could give it to other people and say it was hers? Because I know what the freak I'm saying. I'm not guessing. And it's only because of God, because he let me suffer to learn. When I cried and said, God, please take the fire off, it's too hot. God was like, nah, Dave, I ain't done yet. Don't tell the potter what to make out of the clay. You don't tell me, Dave. I'm trying to make you something. Shut up. Shut up, Dave. You don't know how to have strength yet. I got the strength as God. Shut up, Dave. Yes, we're being judged by statutes. That's for them. And the statutes go against people's rights, which is impossible. And I'm not going to just say that. When I tell y'all the Constitution now, it's going to be a totally different situation. Because now you're going to understand what I'm saying in light of what I'm showing you. Nobody will ever be able to take this from y'all. Nobody. I will put you in jail. You put who in jail, Ryan Cook? Watch this. Fundamental principles, recurrence to. A frequent recurrence to fundamental principles is essential to the security of individual rights and perpetuity of free government. Everybody want to say, how do we get free? How do we make it happen? Show us what it looks like, with the affidavit sitting in Susan and freaking the doctor's, Mr. Clements' face. Somebody gave him the dang affidavit. It was in his face, and he said, well, what does this look like? Show me what it looks like. Dude, it's in the freaking paper right in front of you. You don't understand what you're seeing. It's in your face. Right there. I don't understand why this bring kids back. Of course you don't, because they didn't teach you. But you'll judge me and act funny towards me because I'm not in your clique. I'm not part of your team. Watch this. I know they want some dope for it, but you can get it free on that PDF I just saw. Watch this. It's your job to teach the government the law. The first reason they're having these problems is because they're not teaching the legislature the law because they don't know. So the lawyers are complaining about it, but trying to tell the people who fight like me, we have no remedy. But they don't even know the law to have a remedy. And when you talk to them about the law, they look at you with this blank stare because they can't answer your questions. But they'll be able to answer now because they're watching. And everybody gonna go tell them, hey, Dave, Dave said this and that about you guys. And he's talking about this stuff. Yeah, if you're not a lawyer, you must be a sovereign citizen. But guys, if the court of record is to move by the common law, and they're not using the common law right, doesn't that mean they're the sovereign citizens? They're the ones who believe they don't have to follow the law? Whoo, wow. Watch this. All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just power from the consent of the governed. Now, the people are not the governed. The government workers who signed up to work for them is the governed. Right? No, ma'am, I got 88 kids back, and I won a arbitration for mine, and I'll have them soon. And I teach the government now, so it's going to be pretty easy. Watch this. All political power is inherent in the people. And governments derive their just powers, which means you can have powers that are not just, from the consent of the governed. Now, here's the problem, guys. I'm going to show you how ignorant it is what they say. We looked at the word legal remedy, and it says using the law to get a solution. When I got all the gyms open across the country with Josh, I used the law, gave it to the government officials, and I got a solution. I don't know how to zoom in on this one. Oh, okay, right here. So I used the law. Let me know if this is better for y'all. And I got a solution, right? Now, they didn't like the idea of my solution. So they think that my solution is not a remedy, even though it got kids home and got people's businesses open, and they admit that it happened. But when it comes time to just agree that the affidavits are good, they have to say no because they don't use them and their attorney friends don't use them, and they might get laughed out of court. I bet you might get laughed out of court because your anus don't know what a court of record is. You don't know what a court of record is, and the judge laugh at you because all you know is what they told you. So you sit there and look stupid in the face and just say, they're doing wrong. They're not following the law. Well, what the freak is the law? Because you don't know about the common law. You think that means case law. So what the freak is up? What's up? What's up? Oh, no, I'm not going to stop helping others. I kept fighting and knew that they would try to attack me with my kids for helping others. And I kept going. So this is about being a boss or being a baby punk. You only get one choice. Now watch this. Supreme law of the land, authority to exercise sovereign authority against federal action, use of government personnel, that's what a person is, the government workers, and financial resources. Watch this. The Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land to which all government, state and federal, subject. The people are one status, they're not subject to it. The government workers are another status, they're subject to it. Status, standing, and jurisdiction. When they say you have no standing when these bar members bring cases to court, it's because they're not using their status as one of the people. They're coming with statutes as a person. Therefore, they can use an adjudication based on statute law. So they can use the statutes against you. If you don't bring the Constitution that is a guaranteed right, they can make a decision to ignore your rights and act like it don't exist. They can see you walking in there as one of the people and act like you're not one of the people because you're presumed to be in the wrong status. Come on now. When I give y'all affidavit class, I'm breaking down stuff just like this, bit after bit after bit after bit after bit. And they don't understand this because they're not in the class. But I think they did pay one person to join the class to come talk junk. And then I tried to get her to come in alive and she was talking junk. She's like, David, give me the remedy. Give me the rest of the stuff. I'm like, this chick trying to steal my stuff. They just sent the chick in here to steal the whole system. So I kicked her out. I gave her money, kicked her out, and gave her an extra $20. Right? Now, guys, watch this. Section B. I'm going to show you the two different statuses in one page. One section. One going to be the status of the people. The other are going to be status of government persons. One, you got to protect their freedom. The other one, you can make into slaves. Let's watch. To protect the people's freedom and to preserve the checks and balances of the United States government, this state may exercise its sovereign authority. So it has some type of sovereign authority, right? Who do they have sovereign authority over? Sovereign authority to restrict the actions of its personnel. Guys, is personnel the same word as people? Yeah. David always picking on words. We're not going to play semantics here. Come on, Dave. People and personnel, they're the same thing. Really, dude? No, they're not. No, they're not. People is one thing. Person is another thing. If you want to get the affidavit class, hit me up on Telegram at Dave Cares For You. I'll set up for you to pay through Cash App or Zelle, and we can get it hooked up. But guys, people and person, people and personnel, are they not two different words? People and personnel, are they not two different words? People is one status. Personnel is an employee of government. It said they have sovereign authority to restrict the personnel of government. At the same time, they got to protect the people's freedom. So when they put masks on people and they say any person who don't wear a mask gets a ticket, do you think that's talking about the people or the person of government? Woo! When they take you into that administrative court and all these people got tickets across the country that says administrative citation, and you don't realize administrative citation is because you're in an administrative tribunal that's not a court. You're going to a court for the personnel of government, and they're presuming that you're a government worker, but they ain't never gave you a paycheck. Y'all seen how dirty this is yet? Oh, let me show y'all something else. So I take y'all to the real Constitution. I don't just tell y'all stuff, right? I don't say believe me because I'm Dave. I don't say believe me because I'm a chocolate brother. I don't say believe me because I'm smarter than you. I don't say none of that stuff. I say, look, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you, right? Now, when they try to take your kids, they bring you into a building and they say the building is the Superior Court of Arizona, right? Right? The Superior Court, the way we stop it is by frequently teaching them the law. The Superior Court is to be a court of record, but in the Superior Court, they're doing adoptions. Is adoption done under the common law or statute? Now, guys, if they're taking you to a court that they say is supposed to be a court of record, and it is not a court of record because it doesn't have a seal, they've changed the rules of court and made statutory rules to supplant where you're really supposed to be if they're going to really prosecute you for something. They're not doing what the law says. So what I'm going to do, the judicial power shall be vested in an integrated judicial department consisting of a Supreme Court, such intermediate appellate courts as may be provided by law, a superior court, such courts inferior to the superior courts as may be provided by law. The highest law is the Constitution. I'll show y'all something. Hold on, wait, I'm sorry. Watch this. Oh, sorry. So we got to go Article 6, and we got to go to Section 30. Watch this. See, guys, this is why when I tell y'all I don't sleep at time, I don't eat, I'll do a law class and I won't even eat and I'll be shaking because I don't believe in eating and taking care of myself when I'm in the presence of the people that God wants to be free. I don't believe in eating during a time where I'm speaking to the people that God loves that he wants to free. It's that serious to me. So I'll sit here, my brain will get a little funny sometimes because my sugar will drop and I'll start trembling. But I want y'all to know the truth so bad that I can't stop. Watch this. Now, guys, they bring you to a building that says Superior Court on it when you try to do the CPS stuff. Watch this. The Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, and the Superior Court shall be courts of record. In the Constitution, if it says that the courts are to be courts of record, guys, why do you think they don't want you to know what a court of record means and they diminish the definition? Y'all know the common law comes from the people. It is the law that is for the necessity of the people. The common law is when the people come before the court. Now, the problem is these people won't tell you what the common law is. And they'll take your stuff, take your kids, take your house, take your dog, and don't tell you that as one of the people, you got certain rights they can't touch. Watch this, y'all. Adoption of common law. Exceptions. ARS 1-201, the statute, they say the common law don't exist like that. You can't use that. But they'll take you before a tribunal and try to destroy you. Dana Fox, are you talking about me, David, from yesterday, or the other David? Watch this, y'all. The common law, now that y'all know what common law and court of record means, let's look now. The common law only so far as it is consistent with and adapted to the natural and physical conditions of the state. Well, guess what? The state was created off the natural and physical conditions of this state. So that's everything in the common law. And the necessities of the people thereof. The necessities of the people is the freaking common law. It's what they put in the bills and declarations of rights. This is why they don't want you to look at it. And not repugnant to or inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States was made from the common law, and the declarations and bills of rights in every state and the federal comes from the common law. Or the Constitution or laws of this state or established customs of the people of the state. Didn't I show you how the established customs is the common law? Is adopted. So the common law is adopted and shall be the rule of decision in all, not some, all, not some, all courts of this state. So people will say, Dave, if you know all this law stuff, why did you lose your kids? Because I didn't know. And now I'm vowing to help everybody know. I'm vowing to help everybody know because I know what it feels like to not know. I know what it feels like to pay thousands of dollars to attorneys and they don't help you. I know what it's like to go to the government officials and say, hey, is this right? And they say, well, it don't look like it's right, but I don't know. And they can't help you. This is what it's all about. This is why I fight. This is why I go hard at giving y'all real food and real knowledge. I don't come at y'all with some bull crap. I come at y'all with truth. I come at y'all with knowledge. I come at y'all with understanding. I come at y'all saying, call me whatever name you want to. Attack me. Do whatever you want to. So I'm going to let y'all see something, guys. So the traffickers, I'm going to show y'all what my real life is like, real life. There's a group of people who are traffickers. And I showed y'all the picture the other day. And I'm going to show y'all how this works. Gail is so pissed at me because I'm telling the truth and she can't make me do what she wants me to do. The traffickers made up a fake news channel dedicated to me because I was destroying everything they were doing. The guy who created his name, Miko Hayes, I told you about the guy. They create an article and they use fake names of people who are in high places in order to get attention to the article. They hack your phone with it and they send people to your house. Some people have been killed. They've taken pictures of women's kids and sent the pictures through the mail to the women. There's some very bad, dirty people. Some of the people have been drugged through the courts and attorneys from different states come after them. So what I'm going to do, what's funny is Gail has shared something with some people, and it says David Jose Romero Watson, his federal case, Kent Hovind versus Robert Beatty. Now, let me tell you who Robert Beatty is. Robert Beatty is an ex-government agent, he says, that stalks parents, attacks people, and he makes articles, and I'm going to show you how bad this is going to hit Gail in the face. Right now today, the guy I just told you about who's at Josh's event, his name is Kent Hovind. He was unlawfully put in prison for some tax stuff that didn't exist. And Robert Beatty was the guy who was going after him to get him prosecuted because Kent was telling the truth about the Bible and how God made things on creation and going against the Jesuits that I went against too, and very bad people. So now Kent Hovind gets harassed by Beatty, who pays Miko Hayes, who wrote this fake article that hacks people's accounts. So when you click on the article, it hacks your account. And what it says on there is KEHVRIB. That means Kent Hovine, something like that, Bible something. So Kent Hovine is with the group Gail works with in Arizona right now. And I'm not making this public. This man is not who he pretends to be. She's talking about me. This is Gail. Gail doesn't realize she's using Kent Hovine's name on a website made by people who went after Kent Hovine for telling the truth. Kent Hovine is at the event with We the People AZ Alliance right now. He's sitting there speaking in front of the people probably right now. And Gail is so pissed, she don't realize that she's putting an article out made by some deep state people who actually work with real traffickers, and she's using Kent Hovine's name to put out an article that she doesn't realize Kent Hovine never made. And I might call Josh and ask him to ask Kent Hovine if he made this article. This article was made by fake news, and here's what's happening. What happened was I went after these people so bad that they realized I was catching them up with all the kids they were stealing. So they made a group of people, the same group that helped Epstein. They came after me. And this is real life. This is why I tell y'all, if you're going to stand up in the fight, it's going to be crazy. Anyway, let me show y'all something. So, give me 1 second. I'm going to show y'all something. Just because I don't say stuff and don't prove it. So the guy who made that article, his name is Miko Hayes. He used to own a page called Daily Hayes. He tried to come after me before, and he knew I was teaching people the truth, so it upset him. And so he said, David, I'm going to stop you from teaching all the people. I said, bro, you can't stop God. He said, oh, I'm going to let y'all see what he said. I said, you can't stop God. I said, if God wants the truth to get out, bro, you're never going to stop it. And I'm going to show you the conversation between me and this guy that Gail is using now. See, this is what happens. When you teach the truth and nobody can beat you, they have to try to find something to say about you. They can never say what you say is wrong. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to connect Miko to the lady who worked with Hillary Clinton to get all this stuff started, stealing the kids. I'm going to show you them working in a program together. I'm going to connect Miko with the woman working with Clinton to make the law to steal the kids, with Batty, the guy who went against Kent Hovine. And I'm going to show you that they're tracking people's phones all at the same time, and Gail is helping them. Watch this. This is funny how it works, how God is. Watch this. So here's me talking to Miko Hayes, and I'm exposing to him that I'm going to let the world see the truth. And he knows that I know the truth. He said, don't matter a SHIT to me if you see it. See, Dave, I don't care if you know the truth. I got to stop other people, right? He wants to influence other people. Don't matter to me a bleep. If you see it, other people will. Watch this. He was saying, threatening to make an article to stop people from listening. I said, Miko, I don't care what you do. You know how many people tried before you? Get in line. Then I said, you can't stop truth. And look at what this dude says. Well, I'm pretty good at it. LOL. This is who Gail is posting his stuff right now. Here is a woman named, I'm going to give you that other one. Here's the lady talking about Beatty and them hacking people's phones, where when you click on the links to those articles like they just gave you, when you do that, this big group of people get the access to your phone, start hacking your phone and sending people to your house. She says, Robert Beatty, I'm getting good traffic from your Facebook posts, right? And also some are from people searching online to see who Connie Riguli is. He wrote an article about Connie Riguli to get people to tap on it so he could hack their phone and they get the traffic and find out everything about you and get in your phone. Robert Beatty, the guy who wrote the help with the article Ken Hovind stuff and pays the guy Miko by his own words. I have posted your Connie article more than once lately. If you are keeping track, you might also let us know if you notice any new traffic to the article. This other lady helping says, I can't see, she blocked me for talking about her. So they're going around talking about people, destroying people, hating on people because they go against what CPS did wrong. So, of course, you want to attack and find somebody to team up with. Now, here's one thing I'll tell you. I share my Supreme Court case with all the 5 stories conflicting of what my daughter through marriage said. And everybody who saw is like, holy crap, this is really bad. She's lying so much, it's right here. What they don't tell you is that the CPS court hid 4 of the lies so they could take my kids. And I was smart enough to collect them all and put them in the Supreme Court case, and then collect all the Supreme Court case and put it in the remonstrance into the legislature. So now everybody touched the fraud that happened in my case. It was beautiful. So now what I'm going to show y'all is I'm going to show y'all where all these people decided to come together. An attorney out of Arkansas who shouldn't know a nobody from the ghetto, who had a problem when I started getting affidavits, getting kids back against the law she helped create. She got pissed. And I'm not going to just tell you, I'm going to show you. And then she was connected to Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton make the law that he signed taking kids. When you look at it, Miko is her friend who she uses to make articles about the people who stands up for the law, trying to help the kids. She helped make the law. He helps fight. And then they have a big group of attorneys that try to interject into people's cases around the country. I enjoy this fight because I document everything. The deep state want my head. I don't give a freak. My stuff is in the Supreme Court where everybody can see it. Go look at it. You're going to find out, oh, shucks, that dude said they lied and we can clearly see it. Even the legislative attorney said, dang, dude. I said, you can't see those lies? He said, oh my gosh, I can see it. There was a ton of discrepancies. They don't want to call it lies, discrepancies, right? Watch this. This is them years ago when they see me getting kids hating on my affidavit. Look at the lies they say. Watch this. Myself for 3 years and still having to do so in federal court, I have little knowledge of how the system works. I also know people who believe in the legal theories of David Straight promotes and have renounced their citizenship. 2 live in Russia and 1 live in Panama now. So they're trying to scare people. Watch what this guy says. But I have yet to see those theories work to get kids out of DCF custody, even though all the parents are telling. He was concerned that I was showing people how to get their kids back. I could see how they could be used against parents. Then had parents tell me they lost their kids trying it, and that was a lie because a ton of them have kids back. So watch this. So it wasn't only Miko or Connie or Jen. Miko is the guy who made the fake stories with Robert Beatty that Gail is posting right now. It's fake stories from fake news groups who used to work with Epstein to help them cover for the kids they were trafficking. We just decided independently. How in the world can we decide something independently without talking to each other? So he just exposed that this group of people came together because they saw the affidavits and wanted to attack it because it was working. Now Gail and everybody else in the country can only say, okay, so many kids came back. We can't say it didn't happen now. So now we just got to say something bad about him. So they make up fake news stories and say I shot somebody in New Mexico when I never been there until just recently. They say I was a drug dealer in Detroit who was 1 year older than me, who was in prison while I was in college playing football. They make up they said I pistol whipped my whole family and gave them 187 stitches, but I've never been arrested or been in jail ever. What the freak are they talking about? Nobody in my family ever even had a scratch on them. So what the freak are you talking about? But watch. We all decided independently of each other to start saying something publicly. And Jill will call anyone a fraud who charges for advocacy unless there are credit services. So y'all notice, I went through my life not charging anybody for CPS work. So they kept trying to make up stuff. They got a lady to join my real estate coaching. And then it was a $50 little training. It said real estate. They whited the thing out and freaking made a fake Photoshop pic and brought it back and showed where it said $50 to somebody in the movement. That woman, I don't even think I had her kids taken, and it was $50 for real estate coaching. So they posted that. So I was like, that looks familiar. I got a photographic memory, right? I'm like, that was in October. I went back to the document and I saw my Cash App where the lady's name was, where it said real estate coaching. And I showed everybody on Facebook. And people realized, my gosh, these people will do anything to try to get you. I don't think Gail is aware, but she just bit herself in the foot again, because now she tried to tag me with other stuff and other people and got caught. Now she tried to bring in some people who really do trafficking and really rape kids. Yes, Donald Trump. So we did a affidavit. We did 2,000 affidavits to the Trafficking Council for Donald Trump under a lady named Lynn Johnson. After we did the 2,000 affidavits, she came out on what's the name of this show? Oh no, on Epic Times. And they said they knew that CPS and their partners were trafficking and they were looking for whistleblowers. So now we shook up the whole nation because we proved to them by that law that I showed y'all, 1935 Social Security Act 11016D, that the government didn't have power to take kids. So once we showed that they didn't have power to take kids, now it was a big bad situation because we show that they don't have the power to take kids. And then what happens is that the government officials start losing money. Donald Trump started making executive orders against CPS and trafficking. And then he arrests all these people. So what happens is Trump started realizing where the freak the kids were going. That's why they hate Trump. Trump was dealing with the entity that he didn't know existed. It is the biggest entity in the entire nation as a private association. It has 30,000 members. I won't just tell you this. I will show you this. The group is called the National Association of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. It's out of Nevada. Now, I'm going to show you guys something else so you could just see how serious this is. So this same group of guys, they went around Facebook and they told people, don't trust Dave Jose. He's a bad guy. He beat up people. He did this crazy stuff, even though he's never been in jail. He's did this. He's done that. Don't listen to him. He's a fraud. He charged people money for getting their kids back. And then everybody said, no, I got the affidavit for free. I never paid the dude a penny. And then they start trying to say other stuff and other stuff. People were saying, we got our kids back all across the country. So when people, I'll give you an example. This one person got their kid back. One of the ladies who was connected to an attorney went to them and said, we're with the FBI. Don't ever say Dave helped you again, or we'll tell the CPS and they'll take your kids back. I'm so happy all my babies are home. They made their own shirts. They had fun making their shirts. Our home feels so happy and positive. Right? Thank God. Thankful God put this humble, intelligent person, David Jose, in my family life. True blessing. She got back 9 kids. Those 9 kids were worth $80,000 to $140,000 each. She used the same arguments that I used a few weeks after I used it to show the court they knew that it was a fake court. And they gave her all 9 of her kids back. And she had to hide out because these same guys I'm showing you now went after her and said, if you tell anything else about David helping you, we gonna sick CPS on you. We might do something else. So she got scared and she went undercover. So it's crazy. I had to scratch out her face because these people are so mad about the testimonies that shot up everywhere that they started threatening all the people. So this is the kind of life that you live when you decide to stand up against evil. Josh Barnett has been in my life and been able to see these things and been like, Dave, dude, these people are so freaking rotten. He calls it out. I went through my pictures and I ended up going too far. But, I know I can get it easy. I'm going to show y'all another one. Then we can get back to talking. So, but this is the thing. When the devil tries to destroy you, God is so good because he always gives you a way to show what's real. Now I'm going to show y'all something. Here's the lady who came out and started attacking me on Facebook. She's on there right now, and she's in that group with the attorney calling herself Helping Parents. She tried to come after me and tried to lie and say I got arrested. I said, no, I didn't. And she said, so you're telling me you never got arrested? I said, no. I said, you might be listening to these guys talk about somebody else, right? And she said, well, David, your cases got kicked out. I said, by the judge in the federal court who took everybody's cases, and he's not independent. He's married to the woman in the CPS court in Maricopa County where they take our kids. Oh, okay. That's just a coincidence, right? 4 people, he got all of our cases at different times. All of us. And he's married to the woman who's in the Superior Court taking kids. Oh, okay. If that's not a conflict of interest. So y'all see the woman, right? This woman was arrested for what? I'm not making stuff up. Involuntary sex servitude of a minor less than 17. She had a woman a little girl in a hotel room preparing her to put clothes on to be raped by a John, and she was taking pictures of her to make her look sexy so the John would want her. Look at this. Promoting juvenile prostitution, right? Contributing to delinquency of a minor, unlawful possession of drugs. This woman is who works with these guys who are attacking me. Gail don't know. But this is the funny thing. When you spend your time trying to destroy people, that's what happens. I've never been arrested, but here's a lawbreaker. The guy Miko Hayes' name is really Michael Louis Mihalakis. And this is his arrest record. So, and people talking about him in an article working with the pedophiles. So I don't have to play fake life. I live real life. And I understand that there's going to be hate and fire that comes when you tell the truth. And I understand that people will lie. They will say whatever they want to say. They threaten to kill me. The same people who is said to kill Nancy Schaefer, the senator, offered to kill me and came to Arizona and told a hitman, an ex-hitman, an ex-trigger guy, we want to kill David. And he called me and told me. They didn't know I taught the guy, and he got baptized. That's how good God is. See, people will say stuff about lower level cases where people lied and won't tell about the Supreme Court habeas corpus that John Gentry had me read out on this show in front of the whole world. They started hating me because they're like, man, this dude fight the deep state and he don't give a freak. He don't care. And they threaten to kill you. And they have people watching out for you. They have people coming after you. They slash your tires. They loosen up your lugs. My wheel almost fell off on the freeway. They do these things, but God. See, I'm going to tell y'all I should be dead because they have set me up. They tried to kill me. They yanked the door open in a van that I was sitting in after I blasted them in a CPS hearing. I left. They saw me leave in the van, go around the corner. I got dropped off somewhere else and they didn't recognize I wasn't in the van no more. It's just ladies now. They yanked, a big black dude yanked the door open, jumped right where I was sitting and looked confused. And the lady who was driving said, what the F are you doing in my car? And he said, somebody told me to open this door. At the same time, they were doing an attack in another location. I'm not going to talk about that. But I'm telling y'all, it is what it is. I don't speak about security details. There are certain things that you don't let loose. Loose lips sink ships. You stop talking. You don't talk about stuff that you don't need to talk about. See, I protect the knowledge and the wisdom that I give the people because I don't say stuff that allow them to destroy your future. I hide stuff at times until it's the right time so that y'all can get the benefit of what we're doing. When I go and do classes and teach people for 3-4 hours and they leave almost at night, I do that because what happens is if I don't do it, then it ends up that you guys get hurt. And if something happens to me and I haven't taught you fast enough, there's no more Dave and there's not very much hope that somebody else is going to want to tell y'all the truth like this. Now, am I the only person God can give for hope? Heck no. He could raise me up and somebody else right after me and do all types of stuff. So I got to tell y'all, it is not about me. These people run Arizona gets $1 billion a year. Josh Barnes will tell you, he went to the meetings. We talked with David Farnsworth, who got it out of the people. They're getting $1 billion a month and they're barely arresting the parents. They're just taking the kids like candy and selling them for a profit. This is why you get hated. But I'm a big boy. I'm a bad mama jamma. My daddy made me tough. My daddy trained me in martial arts and had me hit. And when I felt pain, he said, keep going. Keep going. My dad told me, when you tell the truth, David, even if I come against you, you keep going and keep telling the truth. See, the deep state comes after me and I know I could die, but I don't give a freak. I'm going to come like a monster. If you kill me, I'm going to get my money's worth. I'm going to make it worth it. I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to destroy your freaking system bit by bit from the top on down. And I'm not playing. And I'm going to give the people everything they need to be better than me. That's right, Randall. She told me that herself. I'm like, what? So the thing is, guys, some people don't give a freak about their family and nobody else's. I care. This is why I'll stay on the video for hours. This is why I'll show y'all the truth. This is why people can hate on me, call me all types of stuff, and I'll still let them see the truth. Because this is your nation. God gave it to you. And I'm a sucker if I don't help you get it back. I'm a punk if I don't help you get it back. But I just showed y'all where animal trolls are using other people's name, fake. They're making fake news channels to try to make something for people to see. And I told this guy, look, you can't hide the truth. You can't stop God. He says he's good at it. And that's the kind of people that people deal with when they want to attack somebody and don't realize God is on your side. I've been fighting these people for years. It's been 3 years. They killed my friend not too long ago. Friend named Chris. He was helping a woman. They were working with this woman. She set him up and shot the dude up in his own house. Shot him up. He was trying to help her. So the thing is, these same people in these groups have had sex with women and use their attorneys and say, look, if you have sex with me, I'll get you your kid back. And then they don't get the kid back. 20-some-year-old little girls, they having sex with them. I'm showing you where these people are trying to traffic little kids. I'm not just saying it. I'm showing y'all. So you're going to get some smoke that's going to come back at you. They said to Jesus, if you are Christ, save thyself from this cross. Gail said, if you can't get your own kids, same thing. I'll get my kids back. God already let me see that I'm going to have to fight. Oh, can I show y'all something? I'll end with this. I promise I won't mess with y'all too much more after this. I want to show y'all what God let me see when I was having the fight that he was going to do, and he did it. This is what the real fight looks like. See, God understands that men will create laws to destroy people that is not lawful. So God says the law is good if men use it lawfully. Right? So this is going to get deep, y'all, because you got to freaking fight and stand up, and it doesn't matter what it looks like. See, people say, Dave, but it don't look like you got your kids back. I don't give a freak what it look like. I'm a freaking monster. I go after the enemy. I don't let the enemy mess with me. I freaking go after the enemy. They can come at me all they want. I don't give a freak about what they do, because I know greater is he that is in me than who is in the world. So it's no big deal to me if you feel like you got a whole bunch of people and y'all got guns. It don't make any difference to me if you feel like you big and bad and you got a newspaper. It don't make a difference to me if 1,000 of y'all gonna come. I don't give a freak. Bring it. But we gonna win. We gonna freaking win. And they can't stand up to what I show y'all. They can't stand up. And I'm telling you, people gonna want me to take this down. David, don't talk about what's going on with the professor. Heck no. I'm going to call out the truth. He called BS on me. I'm going to show BS on him. I'm not playing the game. Watch this. Yes, if we stand together in knowledge, we will win. And remind me, I'll let God tell you that. Watch this. Listen, O isles, unto me, and hearken, ye people from far. The Lord hath called me from the womb, from the bowels of my mother hath he mentioned my name, made mention of my name. Watch this. And he hath made my mouth like a sharp sword. See, God will prepare you to be able to deal with what you got to deal with, and he'll let you cut some foolishness up in a heartbeat after he prepares you. You ain't nothing without him, but when he prepares you, start becoming a bad mamma jamma. In the shadow of his hand hath he hid me, and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver hath he hid me. See, when they want to kill you and they can't kill you and they're looking for you, and they want to kill you and they can't, they get all messed up. And I'm going to warn y'all real quick. I showed y'all the hacker stuff. So if they send you pictures in your phone or private information or take your bank cards, don't say I didn't warn you, because these guys are professional hackers. So don't get messed up. Now, I told y'all what these links are and how they do it, and I showed you them talking about it in their little private groups, telling how they hack people and track you. So be smart. Don't get caught with their bull. But if you want to be curious and you want to go read what they say, I don't give a freak. Curiosity killed the cat. Just don't blame me, because it ain't my fault. Watch this. And said unto me, thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified. So God will raise up a servant who he could be glorified with, who ain't going to give in. Right? And now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him. Though Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and God shall be my strength. So he says, look, I ain't got what I wanted yet. I ain't get my judgment from God yet, but I know it's coming, right? I know my little guys is coming. Watch what God shows us. It's going to be so deep. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant. It's easy work for God to make you his servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob, to build you up to be something to help other people, and to give them restoration, y'all. Watch this. Remedy is restoration. And to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles. God knows how to give you a situation that binds you, tears people up. Everybody's crying and hurting, and then God is going to use somebody to show you how to be a light. He's going to build you up. He's going to lift you up, right? Watch this. That thou mayest be salvation unto the end of the earth. See, God wants over and over in generations for people to believe in him, so he could build you up and use you so that you can do powerful things. Watch this. Thus says the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel. You want remedy? Go to the Redeemer. The Redeemer is the one who brings you back from where you are, who makes you whole again, who lifts you up and gives you strength. Watch this. And his Holy One, to him who man despiseth. God will get the one, right? He'll lift you up. He's the Holy One who man despiseth, to whom the nation abhorreth, to a servant of rulers. Kings shall see and arise, princes shall worship, because the Lord that is faithful, and the Holy One of Israel, and he shall choose thee. See, they come after you and they try to attack, and they make up stories and they make up lies, and they decide to work together because you're saving the people from what it is that the people are perishing with. Now, I'm going to show y'all something. I told y'all that children are a heritage from the Lord. Now, this going to say heritage. It doesn't say children here, but we're going to just see some little fire. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. God is amazing. Number 8, thus saith the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee. Look at what God is doing. He's saying there is a time set forth that I heard your prayer. Your answer didn't come yet, but I've already helped you. I set it up already. Now let's see God say this. It's going to be beautiful. In an acceptable time have I heard thee. And in a day of salvation, in one day, God going to do it. He's going to fix it and give you the salvation you needed. He says, in the day of salvation, I have helped thee. The day of salvation is in the future, but he said, I have helped thee. He already helped you. It's done already. You just got to walk through the process. And because you got to walk through the process, after the colon, he got to tell you some more. Watch what he says. He says, and I will preserve thee. I should be dead. Killers have come after me. And give thee for a covenant of the people. We got agreements between me and y'all that I'm going to show y'all the truth. Bring the earth back to righteousness. Let people see how they're hurting us and fix it. Watch this. And give thee for a covenant to the people to establish the earth, to cause. They say, David, do you have remedy? If I did something that caused somebody to give somebody's freaking kids back, is that not remedy? Are you not made whole again? Really? God said to cause, to inherit the desolate heritages. Now I'm going to tell y'all, the Bible says children are an heritage from the Lord, a gift from God that belongs exclusively to you. He gave the kids to who they were supposed to go to, and somebody used a fake court, stole them. Who is the Redeemer that gives remedy? It is God. Watch this. Watch this. See, there's some people in prison right now that y'all call me about, that y'all worried about. Like, we got to get them out. They're doing wrong. They're doing wrong. We got to get them out. There are people in CPS courts. We got to get them out. They can't get out. They're going to kill themselves. The kids are dying. The kids are getting raped. What do we do? A lady set a kid on fire. Burned her in the scalding hot water after the kid got raped in another person's house that got kicked out the military for being somebody who did deviant sexual things. And they gave him kids, and he had 30-something reports of kids getting raped and bad stuff happening at his house. And CPS let him keep kids, gave him a little 2-year-old girl. The 2-year-old girl was getting raped on video and crying to her mommy, mommy, please help me. Please help me, mommy. This is why I can't stop, y'all. Because the little girl, Devani, got raped. And she was crying for her mama. And if I would have learned what the law was before the little girl had this happen, maybe I could have told somebody the law to help her. But she was getting raped and called out for her mama, and her mama couldn't even see her. She was getting infections in her little body parts because this man was raping her and getting military people over near Tucson to rape this little girl. And people want to fight me because I stand up for the people and they can't figure out what I'm doing. But I care about the kids. This little girl, after they took her from the one house where she got raped, they took her to another house. She kept the same guardian ad litem, putting this kid with people trying to kill her. They put the little girl in scalding hot bath water until she got so messed up that her skin, she fell out, was bleeding, and her skin was falling off her body. This is real freaking life, y'all. I don't get to be a punk when somebody's burning babies up. The kids in the house said they heard her screaming, and the lady has scratch marks on her arms while she's trying to kill the baby, drown her in the hot scalding bath water, trying to hold her up under. And people got some nerve to tell me I got a problem if I talk and don't humble myself and bow down before a professor. Watch what God says. This ain't about me. Let's keep going. He says to cause to inherit the desolate heritage, you get your kids back. That's what it looked like it's saying, right? That thou mayest say to the prisoners, go forth, get out of jail, y'all. To them that are in darkness, show thyself. Come outside, y'all. Have some fun. You're going to be free. They shall feed in the ways, and their pastors shall be in all high places. They're going to be out in the middle of everybody. They shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall the heat nor sun smite them. For he that hath mercy on him shall lead them. Even by the springs of water shall he guide them. And I will make all my mountains a way, and my highway shall be exalted. I'm going to make the way easy for y'all. I'm going to make a way in the middle of the mountain. It's high as heck, but I'm going to let you be able to go through it easy. Behold, these shall come from far, and lo, these shall come from north and from the west and from the land of Sinim. Sing, O heavens, and be joyful. They say, Dave, why are you so happy? Why are you so joyful? You ain't got what you want. I'm joyful because the Lord preserves me. The Lord preserves my little ones. He has been there for me when the enemy encamps around me. When I had to sleep in a car because they were waiting to kill me, and I saw. This is real life. This is real life. I'm not like this because I was strong on my own. I'm like this because God gave me a daddy that was strong, that stood up and built me up and wouldn't let me be a punk. And people say, Dave, why you get worked up? Because people dying in the middle of this system, and they want to tell me about this is what we got. But they taking people kids and they're getting raped. 88% of the kids found in trafficking, there was a federal report, found in the hands of trafficker, 88% come from CPS and foster care. And you want to tell me I need to be quiet a little bit? You want to tell me why kids are screaming out right now, somewhere in this nation, being raped, and you want to tell me be nice? You better humble yourself. You better stop talking to that guy like that because he's a lawyer. He went to school. Get out of my face. And we're not playing this game no more. You don't get it passed because of your position. We're fixing stuff. That's what the freak we're doing. Now, you could be, King David wasn't passive at all. You could be a punk if you want to, but Dave Jose ain't being no punk. Dave Jose got work to do. Watch this. Sing, O ye heavens, and be joyful, O earth, and break forth into singing, O mountains, for the Lord hath comforted his people. Y'all getting comfort from this because you're learning the truth. And will have mercy upon his afflicted. You want to know where remedy come from? When God is sick of the foolishness, he comes and brings somebody to give people remedy. And remedy comes from God. You think I could have learned all this by myself, that they took 100 years to hide? I'm not supposed to know this without God. I am a nothing of a man without God. So I'm showing y'all real stuff. Look at what God is doing. Watch this. But Zion said, the Lord hath forsaken me, and my Lord hath forgotten me. See, people get to the point where they think, oh, God forgot about us. There's no remedy. Nothing's going to happen. This is just the way it is. We going to be messed up. Shut that weak junk up. You don't tell me as an attorney it's the way it is and we just got to accept it. Screw you. I serve a big God. And don't you tell the people around me that lie. And if you bring that lie, you better come for real. You better come for real, because I am going to bring so much fire. I'm going to let loose a firestorm on you of truth. If you try to play that game with the people that God is trying to free, it ain't going to happen. You better cut it out. Watch this. Behold. 16, 15. Can a woman forget her sucking child, that she not give compassion to the son of her womb? Yea, yeah, that could happen. They may forget, but here's what God says. Yet will I not forget thee. Why do I need to be sad, y'all? Why do I need to be broken every day? God didn't forget me. He's using me to build y'all up so we all win together. That's the truth. That's the power. That's the power. Right? That's the power. Watch this. Look at what God says about what he's going to do, y'all. Behold, I have graven thee upon the palms of my hand. You're right in my face all the time. I got your name right here in my hand. I'm looking at you every day. That's what God said. You ain't in trouble. Thy walls are continually before me. Watch this, 17. Thy children shall make haste. They're going to move real quick. Thy destroyers and they that made thee waste, took your kids from you and your family, shall go forth of thee. Oh, God going to bring some retribution. Watch this. Lift up thine eyes round about thee, and behold, all these gather themselves together and come to thee. All what? All the kids coming back. All those in prison coming back. As I live. This ain't David's promise. I'm a nothing. As I live, saith the Lord, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all. All the kids gonna come back and you're gonna be clothed like you were before. That's what you call remedy. That's what you call restitution. And it comes from God. Why can't they fight me with the law? Why can't they fight me with the Bible? Why can't they fight me with the Constitution? Because God. You are seeing the work of God. It is not David. I am a nothing. I am a nothing. But let's see some more. It's going to get even better. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this, y'all. It's going to be beautiful. I promise you it's going to be beautiful. You're going to get your, it's free. I don't charge nobody for this, but you're going to get your money worth. Right? Watch this. Lift up thy eyes round about, and behold, all these come together and come to thee. As I live, saith the Lord, thou shalt surely clothe thee with them all, as with an ornament, and bind them on thee as a bride doth, or doeth. 19. For thy waste, when they took everything from you, took your kids, took your house, took your family, whatever. For thy waste and thy desolate places where you lose what you had, and the land of thy destruction, where they tore up everything you had, you know, where the attorneys say, this is just what we got, this is how it works, shall even now be too narrow by reason of the inhabitants. I'm going to bless you with so many people in your family, you ain't going to have room in the house you in. And that they that swallowed thee up shall be far away. God is going to knock these people down and put it back in order. I'm telling y'all what the Lord says. Dave is nothing. Watch this. The children which thou shalt have after thou hast lost the other. So God says he'll give you some more kids after you lost the other. Shall say again in thine ears, the place is too straight for me. Give place to me that I may dwell. I need some bigger houses because it's too many of us. Now watch 21. Then thou shalt say in thine heart, who hath begotten me these? How in the world I get some more kids? Saying, I have lost my children and am desolate, a captive, and removing to and fro. And who hath brought up these? Behold, I was left alone. These, where had they been? Don't tell me God didn't do this before already. Watch this. We're going to get deeper. It's going to get great. Thus said the Lord, behold, I will lift up my hand unto the Gentiles and set up my standard to the people. See, this is why I say we got to use the Bible. We got to use the law. We got to use the Constitution. We got to have some kind of standard. You just want us to be in chaos. You don't want us to look at books. You don't want us to talk about things that have to do with us knowing our rights and the truth, so we have a standard. And they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. Watch this. So God gonna give you remedy, and it's gonna get even better. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth. It's funny now that I'm teaching the government after the government took something from me. Funny how deep that is, how God turns things around. And lick up the dust of thy feet, and thou shalt know. See, you know when David Jose can do these things, and y'all can do it too, and people come on and say, oh, look, we got kids back because of Dave. We got kids back because of that loser Dave. That old nobody Dave. We got kids back. He ain't even go to law school. But he says it's working. No. Don't say David says it's working. Say the parents who got their kids home, who posted stuff all over the Facebook and did all those live videos, they said their kids are home. Their kids were in the background sometimes in the videos. Don't say Dave said it. It was God. God used Dave, but the people told y'all what happened. Now, let's go further. Let me see. Okay. Thus said the Lord, I will lift up my hands to the Gentiles and set up my standard, and they shall bring thy sons in their arms, and thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. Y'all see God making retribution? I'm going to let it be raised up. Someone who's going to fight and teach the people the truth. They're going to try to destroy him. And God is going to preserve them and hold them in his arms so they can't kill him. And then God is going to use that person to be a threshing tool to destroy the wicked. And then the people all together are going to get their kids back, and the wicked people who are doing wrong are actually going to come back and bring the kids on their arms and shoulders and give them back to you. And everybody else is going to get their kids too. Now, you might not believe me, but let's keep reading then and see what God said. Watch this. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers. We read that. Watch this. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and shall lick up the dust of thy feet, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord, for they shall not be ashamed that wait for me. See, people say, David, you ain't even get your kids back, and you talking about you helping other people's kids, you doing this, you doing that. David, well, you can't be nothing if you didn't get your own. I'm like, this was at the beginning of my law life. I was studying every day, but dang, homie, like, they get to go to law school for 4 years, and I got to know the whole thing within a year and save my kids within a year. Okay, well, if that's the measuring stick I got to go to, I guess I wasn't smart enough yet. But right now, none of them can argue with me and say anything with me. So they got away with removing my kids and doing some dirty stuff because I didn't know everything, and I was the first one. But soon after, the same judge, the same court gave back somebody's kids, 9 kids that I showed y'all, when the woman said, look, I know you guys aren't a court. I know you guys are administrative. I know you guys are lying. I know you're not a real judge right now. You're an administrative hearing officer. She stayed up for 72 hours watching my videos, walked to the courtroom, and told everybody ain't this up. They sent her kids home in 2 weeks. They killed her case in that, I think, October or something. A couple of months later, I can't remember the exact month. Now watch this. They shall not be ashamed that wait for me. So people say, oh, Dave, look, you don't have your kids yet. I'm laughing at you today. Gail sent me a message the other day. I don't even check her messages. All I can see is, if you got 88 other kids back, why don't you have your own kids? This is the same woman that told me some stuff about her kid, but I'll never say anything to disrespect her about her kid or what she done wrong with her kid. But she tried to pull it on me. But it's cool, though. Watch this, not Judge Payne. Watch this. But thus saith the Lord, even the captives of the... 24. Remember I told y'all they were going to use fake laws to steal your kids and still put people in prison? And God going to raise somebody up to go against them? Watch this, 24. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty, or the lawful captive delivered? See, God is showing when the government start using the law wrongfully and stealing your kids and putting you in prison, that he wants somebody to come out and stand and fix the issue. He got to have somebody who's tough enough to be able to take the heat, right? See, they sent Candace some horrible images. They heard of kids being raped. See, they know I'm helping Candace to destroy the deep state. And she's about to get audited in her state. You see the state starting to shake up and act crazy. So what happens is they don't want people to know the truth. And so now that Candace coming out, she's knocking down the whole selection situation in that state. And what happens is they need to elect bad guys to cover their crimes, because if everybody else knows and Trump keeps doing what he's doing, Trump was trying to take down their whole system. And that's why he had the whole bar, pretty much, and the whole freaking set of judges not wanting to hear a single case, plus the attorneys purposely doing the status, standing, and jurisdiction wrong or not knowing. That's the thing. They want to scare us to stop. I'm one man, but I don't give a freak. I'm like, you want to bring some smoke to me? Bring it. Let's do it. Whatever you want, wherever you want to take it, we can take it. I'm not tripping and having fear. I'm working on destroying the bull. And I'll teach the truth. And for everybody, somebody does have the Cash App, and there's a Venmo. They have that, and there's a Zelle. So if you want to send through there, you can. There is no strings attached. If you want to send something, send it because you want to help the work. But if you expect me to give you a report of every single penny, every single dollar, and keep it some detailed accounting software, I ain't doing that, John. It could take too much time. I work as a private man to take care of people. I use PMAs as a private entity to save children, to pay for everything that I put together to help people. I've paid for parents to have $300-400 worth of affidavits, paperwork, copies made. I paid for people to have printers so whole cities and counties can get their paperwork printed by one parent. Now watch Isaiah 25. 24, let's read that again so we give God his honor. shall the prey, the ones they stole, be taken from the mighty. See, Mr. Clements wants to say, look, y'all, David, the sheriff goes and gets stuff when we want to take it. What are you going to use? Because we're the mighty, Dave. Our people got the guns. So what are you going to use if they don't listen to you? Okay. Shall the prey be taken from the mighty? See, the prey has been taken, the kids and the adults, by bad government officers, and the government, the attorneys will tell. You know they're doing wrong, but you think that it's okay because they send somebody with a gun. So the law says that government is by consent, but you're pulling out guns on people and saying, give us your kid or we're putting you in prison and we might shoot you if you fight. There we go. So look at what God says. 25. This is one that's fire. Show you our remedy. 25. But thus said the Lord, even the captives of the mighty shall be taken away, and the prey of the terrible shall be delivered. For I will contend with him that contendeth with thee. Y'all don't think it's a little funny that Gail tried to attack me with an article from a freaking guy who helps people, who rapes kids and puts them into trafficking? And God let me have the messages right here in my phone close where I can show y'all exactly who these people were without skipping a beat. You think God don't know how to contend with those who contend against you? She's spending her time trying to hate on me and don't realize she's now accompanied with traffickers, and they hacked her phone and got all her information and know where she's at right now. They got the stuff to track her to her freaking house. And everybody else who touched that link, they can come to your house today. Today. And she thinks she's doing something by attacking me, not knowing she's just attacking God. Have fun. Watch this. The prey of the terrible shall be delivered, for I will contend with him that contendeth with thee, and I, God, not Dave Jose, and I will save thy children. God Almighty has dealt with this before, where they break the law to steal your kids and put you in jail unlawfully. God has showed us that he had the remedy already, and he raises people up to teach the truth, to fight the wicked, to stand where others won't. God has the power to save the children. God gives us wisdom to be able to stand. Now, God gives some more retribution that he's going to give in the next verse, 26. And I will feed them that oppress thee with their own flesh, and they shall be drunken with their own blood, as with sweet wine, and all flesh shall know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. So you might think that for a little while, that you might beat up on Dave for a little bit. That's cute. That's nice. Laugh at me a little bit, right? Laugh. Make jokes. Be funny, right? One second. Make jokes. Let it be funny to you. But the funny thing is, I know what real remedy is. Using the law to bring forth something, a result, right? God is the truth, guys. I'm not the truth. I'm just speaking his truth. I can't be the truth. God is the truth. God said, let God be the truth, and every man true, and every man be a liar. So don't compare me. I can't be true. I can tell the truth that God gives. I can show the truth in the law. But I'm still a man. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. This is God telling about his people. And people say, Dave, you think your knowledge is just going to help people? Gail said, you think that you teaching people can do something? What if they don't listen to you? David, where's the enforcement? Where's the teeth? Where is the teeth? Where's the teeth? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. My people perish. I'm sorry, forgive me. My people are destroyed. My people are destroyed. My people are destroyed. Did they say they're destroyed because they don't have a sheriff? Did God say my people are destroyed because they don't know remedy? Did God say my people are destroyed because they're not an attorney? Did God say my people are destroyed because you didn't write a good legal brief? The law is the teeth. Amen. Look at this. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. God's telling why his people are destroyed. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Why? Is it because there's not enough knowledge around? Is it because, are we struggling with the law because there's nobody to tell you what the law says when Dave just showed you all this stuff the law said and somebody yesterday didn't show you? My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So the reason you're getting destroyed is because you don't know. Let's just keep it simple. So when people say to me, David Jose, you teaching people will do nothing. David, you showing people the Constitution and letting them learn, what will that do? You still don't have a sheriff with a gun. Wow. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Why? Because thou has rejected knowledge. When somebody brings something to you that God said without their own words and show you knowledge in plain English, and you got the nerve to say, David, I don't want to hear that because it didn't come from the professor. Okay, good. That's your choice. Reject it, boss. You bad. Reject it. Reject it. That's why I say we're not all connected. We're not all the same. We're not all on the same team. Some gonna accept the knowledge and use it. And some gonna say, you can't tell me because you didn't go to law school. You can't tell me because I sent in emails to the legislature. Really? Was it knowledge in it? Was it knowledge in it? Because if you get destroyed for the lack of knowledge, if you want to be free and prospering, you should have knowledge. So God says, you rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee. He says, because you're going to reject knowledge, I'm going to reject you then. So God himself says he'll reject you for rejecting knowledge that he gives you to make yourself free. Let's go deeper. Thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children. That's God talking. So when y'all see people want to give me this little patty cake gospel, like God don't bring that freaking fire, I don't play that junk. I deal with real life. I don't deal with theory. I deal with what the freak God said. So when you want to say, well, David, I don't see how it can work. Yeah, you ain't got faith. Because the Bible says the just shall live by his faith. We are to live by faith and not sight. And because you see that things are tough right now, you don't have the faith to see what can happen today or tomorrow. There's people who started working with me who were sad about to kill themselves. 2 weeks later, their kids were in their house. Don't tell me about what it looks like. I don't give a freak about what you say about what it looks like. I don't give a freak about the pain I've been through. I don't give a freak about what happened before. I give a freak about real freaking life, God, and the people. God wants the people to be free. So I'm going to teach. I'm going to serve. I'm going to suffer at times. I'm going to be tired. I got back at like 2 a.m. yesterday, 1:30, meeting with some very important people to help the people of the nation. This person who I met with last night, knows Trump very well. Worked side by side with Trump. We talked last night and I told him I can show you how we can put Trump back in office if you want to. I can show you by law how we can fix this right now. And you got enough followers, and the people connected to you have enough followers to really do it. Remedy. Teeth. TEF, right? So guys, I'm dealing with truth. I'm dealing with real life. I'm dealing with real people. I'm dealing with real killers. I'm dealing with real knowledge, real Bible, right? Real Constitution. I ain't doing theories, y'all. I don't do that. So when somebody comes before me and start talking about, oh, well, Dave, unless you are an attorney, you can't talk. Oh, Dave, there's nothing we can do, right? That's right, Nana. I'm just letting y'all know. It is what it is. Now, I ain't that soft. I'm not that weak that I don't understand that people want to kill me for tearing up their trafficking business. I'm not that weak that I can't show y'all that the dang trafficker is in the dang Facebook groups helping people get caught up so they can dox them. And attacked me saying, don't trust Dave. You're a whole trafficker. You ain't a half a trafficker. You're a whole trafficker saying, don't trust the dude who helping people get their kids back. Wow. Okay. So guys, I'm letting y'all know what real truth is. I know we did a long class. It's 4 hours and 6 minutes. Let me ask you guys a question. Are you guys fed today? Did you get enough food? Was that a good breakfast? Have I done and served my purpose for the day? Let me know. Have I given you guys enough to be able to eat some food and stop trembling and get some energy in my body? When you teach like that with all your heart and all your soul, it takes a whole lot out of you. I got a whole lot taken out of me yesterday. I talked to somebody about restoring the nation yesterday. I did a notice for Georgia today, this morning. I was up at 4 or 5. I just went to sleep. But I understand we're right at the place where we're about to win. And I can't let you guys go by yourselves. For anyone who want to hear, I can't let you guys just get ran over. And guys, I got enemies, right? But anybody who want to go look at my Supreme Court case is there in Arizona from 2018, is right there with all the fraud and lies in it. If I'm lying, I'm dying. So these people will say all types of stuff about me, and it's cool. But the truth is, it's all out there. And God let me be wise enough to know how to take all the evidence of their fake court and put it in a public record. I'm like, yeah, give me some more. What else y'all got? What else y'all say I did? Yeah, give me some more of that. Hey, you forgot to change at the bottom of your paper. You said the story didn't change, but after I gave you an email telling that your story changed and now you got a whole different accusation at the top, you forgot to change it at the bottom, and they just change the top and leave the bottom. Okay, well, that's okay. Just leave it there, dude. I'm just going to drop it in the Supreme Court in front of everybody for time immemorial because it's a court of record. And when we come back and prosecute y'all, yeah, it's going to be right there. And if y'all want to prosecute me, yeah, we already got all the people, hundreds of thousands of people across the nation that know what y'all did. So we going to have a party. So bring what you're going to bring. And we've already set up your failure. So play the games. So I hope that this was good for everybody. I got a big belly. I ain't got no big belly. Bring the fire. Great work. I don't have time usually for stream of consciousness. All right, y'all. Well, I love y'all. Y'all stay out of trouble. Be cool. Don't be a hater. Because if you be a hater, you might start sharing stuff from traffickers and tear your life up. Ha! Right? God is good. Y'all be cool. Y'all stay out of trouble. Peace.